They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, exclamation point, for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point.
When we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
Exclamation point.
the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack.
everybody. How are we doing? Hello, friendly pylon. Hello, I am the Walrus. Hello, Rainbow Krampus. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Bike Sexuals. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, Witch Night Melody. Hello, Dragonfly. I don't remember if I said hello to you already, but you're getting 2 hellos if I did. Hello, Sweet Mitts Music. Hello, Virkan Veset. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, Electra. Hello, Archangel Decab. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Nerodia. Hello, one and all friends. Hello, Ember Brains. Hello, Louise. Hello, Callie. Hello, Trainmon. Hello, Olive Rider. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Amir Alpaslan. I know! I promised you guys a stream. We're only 2 days out. Technically, we're only 1 day out. Because it's now after 1 o'clock my time. Good golly, folks. I had a very long, very stressful day. And I intended to start much earlier, but that didn't happen because real life sometimes gets in the way of stream. And, well, you know, gotta do my best. And you know what? Know what the kicker is? I have been up for approximately 14 hours, I think. Is about right. Not too bad. But by the time this stream is over, I will have been up for probably about 20 hours, 18 hours, somewhere in there. And after this stream is done, I'm immediately editing. I do not get to sleep after this is done. Hence this thing at 1 o'clock in the morning. And we're going to be having so much content coming out tomorrow and election day. So please, please, please take a look at the YouTube because I've been putting out an ungodly amount of content, and please watch it. Please watch it before it's completely out of date and not useful. I recently did a segment on why Donald Trump is a fascist. It's about 2 hours long. I think it's really good. I talked the other night with GamerG / also known as Christina from Tricolor Analytics last night, and it's really, really good, but it is a 2 hour long conversation. If you want to know exactly why I am convinced that Kamala Harris is going to win, we go over it in that conversation. The fundamentals, the all of the numbers are lining up. I do not think that there is a snowball's chance in hell that Donald Trump wins. Let me put it that way. Okay? I think that a conservative estimate of how well Kamala Harris is going to do is that she's going to get over 300 electoral votes. I think that if the Iowa poll, the gold standard of polls, the Seltzer poll is in any way indicative that there is anywhere from a 7 to 13 point shift from where the polling is currently indicating that Kamala Harris is. And I do think that there is some indication that that might be the case coming out today from a lot of pollsters. I think that there is, we start looking at electoral maps with like 400 electoral points for Harris. So it is, 56 state sweep. The real fight is the legal and other battle afterwards. The thing is, if she wins by as wide a margin as my conservative estimate is, I don't think SCOTUS can flip that. Like, SCOTUS, I think would be emboldened by like another 2000 scenario where you have a 269 with like Florida in the balance or Georgia in the balance or something like that. I don't think SCOTUS can overturn the election with 300 electoral votes for Harris, and the popular vote. Like if that were to happen, we start talking about like the military coming in. You know, we start talking about the Pentagon intervening. Because say what you want about those guys, you know, the bloodthirsty fucks, but they do generally believe in the Constitution. Yeah. So I'm just saying all of this because I do want to acknowledge that there is a threat of legal fuckery, but I don't think it's going to get the traction unless it is a very close election. And from what I'm looking at, I don't think it's going to be close. I do think that we could see like terrorist attacks against the US from like far-right white supremacist groups. But it's not going to be like a civil war overthrowing the government type thing. They don't have the juice for that. Sophie Bliss, thank you for the $5 Canadian, kicking us off on the right foot here. And folks, thank you very much for supporting stream. It means the world to me. Real quick, I'm going to just share a couple of the videos from the YouTube channel for you to check out if you are so inclined, and to share around. We've got so much content coming out. Earlier today, I posted a 3.5-hour video debunking Michael Knowles' false histories around the Crusades. So, you know, we've got a lot of stuff going up on the YouTube, but here is my breakdown of why Kamala Harris is going to win. I'm just sharing that in chat. Go check it out. There we go. I'm surprised these terrorists aren't hanged up for treason. Well, that's not really a thing that you could do until they start doing the terrorism, you know? Ooh, Salty Turtle Cupcake, thank you for the $10 dono. Let's go! You put out so many videos today. I did, and it's gonna also repeat tomorrow, because tomorrow we're also gonna be putting up a bunch of videos, and also on election day. And then after election day, it's going to slow down a little bit. Jack, will Texas go Dem? Let me put it this way, LB. If Texas swings by anywhere from 7 to 13 points, something that is possible given what we saw in Iowa, I think that it's going to swing blue. Like, I like that. The math doesn't lie. That math, if applied to Texas, would swing it blue. And honestly, there is a slim chance this cycle, even if the Iowa poll is not indicative, that Texas could go blue. Texas has been trending purple for a long time. Trump's comments about Latinos have, like, I mean, guys, Puerto Ricans today held the second largest Kamala Harris rally of the cycle, with over 50,000 Puerto Ricans showing up to show solidarity against Donald Trump. Like that, like Trump's comments and like the comments about Latinos and Puerto Ricans specifically reach all Latinos. Okay, that's not like, this is kind of one of those things where like they kind of broke through a bubble where it's like there's like some plausibility when conservatives talk about, you know, undocumented immigrants. People are like, well, you know, we're not like that, so we're fine. But the comments about Puerto Ricans really punctured through that plausible deniability for a lot of people in the Hispanic camp, you know? A lot of people. Yeah, like Dominicans waving Puerto Rican flags, like Cubans are seeing that they might actually not be immune from this type of bigotry. Like it is wild. Well, GamerG, I think that if the Iowa poll is indicative, Texas goes blue. If it's not indicative, I give it like a 10% chance. Like, I don't think it's a likely outcome if the Iowa poll isn't indicative, but I do think that there is a slim chance it could. basically every election cycle, Texas shifts more and more blue. And given that a ton of Republican likely voters died of COVID, given that there's been a surge of population since COVID going to Texas, predominantly rich people, educated people, professionals, who tend to vote blue. I not rich people, but you know what I mean, educated professionals. I do think it is. I agree with you that it's possible. I think we just disagree how likely it is. But again, if that Iowa poll is indicative, we're looking at Florida and Texas going blue. We're looking at Ohio going blue. We're looking at a lot of wacky outcomes, really, which is what I've been telling you guys. If the Kamala Harris strategy is successful in peeling away another 1 or 2% of Donald Trump's white non-college voter base, like that, we start seeing wacky outcomes. And combined with all of the gaffes and unforced errors Trump's campaign has been making, like, the possibility is more than in play. Hey, Cyborg Cat. Hello, Ginger Snapped. I hope you're right, because I did a lot of persuasion text banking for Kamala that was very unmoved by the rally. Yeah, I mean, again, it's a numbers game. It's one of those things where if you can shave 1 or 2% off of some of those key demographics, it makes a huge difference. Also, Sophie Bliss, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub over on the YouTube. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Someone on Discord said all their fashy neighbors took down all of their MAGA stuff outside. Yeah, I mean, like, enthusiasm for Trump is cratering right now. I don't see that Iowa poll as a national trend. It might even be the popular vote ends up tied. There's no, I give that a 0% chance of happening. I don't think you get like voter enthusiasm in the Democratic Party to, you know, Obama levels and have the popular vote tied. I don't see that at all. How am I just now finding out ice cream has egg in it? Some of it does. Typically, isn't custard the one that has egg? Trump enthusiasm dropped 8% in 1 month? Damn. All right. Yeah, and if you take the margin of error into account, it's anywhere from a 7-point swing to a 13-point swing. But honestly, even if it's just a 7-point swing from what the mainstream polling consensus has been, that is a colossal nationwide sweep if it applies outside of Iowa. And I think it does. I think it does. I think it does. Oh, did we just start? We did, Alien 51. Is there another poll or just that one? There is such a thing as an outlier. Yeah, but the thing about the Seltzer poll is that if you are someone who watches the polls religiously, that is the gold standard poll. That is the poll that indicates, like, and has accurately indicated where the country is going to be voting for, like, the past 12 years. It's been it is like the poll, and it's been the poll despite sometimes appearing to be the outlier poll. It has been the most accurate of all the polling in the country for the last 12 years. And yes, it is possible. It is possible. That's why I'm saying if the Iowa poll is not indicative. However, even if the Iowa poll isn't indicative, I do think that all of the fundamentals have aligned for a Kamala Harris victory of, again, over 300 electoral votes. That's my 2 cents. You can take it or leave it, but that is my my analysis, as flawed as it may be. You really trust that Ohio data? The Iowa data, yeah. Guys, like, if you know anything about electoral polling, you know Ann Selzer is, like, the polling outfit. You'd just like to see another poll that could back it up anywhere? Well, here's an interesting thing. Boop, 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 boop. Pollster Steve Mitchell revamped sample after poll from last week showed Trump up 1, Rogers up 2 in Michigan. He now shows Harris and Slotkin up 2. It seems clear, and this is a quote from the pollster himself, Steve Mitchell, it seems clear now that we are undersampling women, African Americans, and the city of Detroit. Correction, Mitchell did not resample in the new poll that shows Harris and Slotkin up 2. He acknowledges Detroit, women, and African Americans are undersampled. Every poll we conducted, including this one, was weighted exactly the same. So one of the things that people have been suspicious of is the weighting of the polls in this election cycle. And it seems like a lot of the polls have been weighted in such a way that it gives an impression of a 50-50 race when that might not at all be the case. And even with this wrongly weighted polling, Harris and Slotkin are up 2 points in Michigan, okay? According to a Michigan pollster. And if you accurately account for that, they're up by a lot more. Like a lot more. So what I really am trying to indicate here is that, there's another polling analyst, Editor Menton. I'm probably mispronouncing his name, but who wrote a pretty compelling essay about his analysis of the polling data and how it shows that, by and large, it seems like a lot of these polling outfits are hedging their bets, trying to make the race look very close, because they're afraid of being wrong. They're afraid of underestimating Trump like they did in 2016. And you know what happened when they underestimated Trump in 2016 and he won? Their businesses took a hit. The reason everyone's like, don't trust the polling, is because of how the polls have been wrong in 2016. And a lot of polling outfits were also wrong in 2020. Like, the issue is they're kind of on their last life. You know, the third time's the charm. If they get it very wrong this time, they're fucked. And so a lot of what my from what I'm seeing here from other pollsters, not Ann Selzer, indicates to me that the polling is skewed in this election cycle. I was afraid to talk about this more prior to the Iowa poll because I just didn't have as much to go on. But I think it's become very clear since that poll came out and since other pollsters are being a bit more transparent and being like, ha ha ha, oops, yep, it looks like we made some mistakes. I think that what we're seeing is going to be a major correction. But, you know, there's just not a lot of time. Like, the final polls are already done. They're already coming out. And, yeah, I mean, here's more of the reasoning behind Steve Mitchell not correctly weighting these polls, okay? And he attributes it to Thready. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
Have some of my powerful euros to buy booze.
Well, thank you. I will need it for election day. Thank you so goddamn much. But this is the reasoning that Steve Mitchell gives, okay? He did not sample based on the demographic changes among African Americans and women because he believes he would have been accused of putting his finger on the scale and finding a way to make it look as though Harris was doing better. So a lot of, again, perception is everything to pollsters. If you are perceived as being unfair, you get less business. You know, your business takes a hit. So what I'm trying to kind of convey here is that I think that there is a growing body of evidence that shows that a lot of the American polling is skewed. There's a term for this. It's called herding. And I think that I think that what we're gonna see is that you're gonna see like 7 to 13 point shifts. You're gonna see some pretty significant changes. Because again, the new polling that just came out for this week, the final polling from Steve Mitchell, is up 3 points for Harris. But it's the wrongly sampled and weighted data. So I think that if you correctly sampled that, you might be seeing like an outcome of like 7 to 13 points more for Harris. Isn't their reputation already down the toilet if Harris wins? I mean, kinda. Yeah. I think a lot of these pollsters were looking at each other and saying, well, other people are saying it's close, so it must be close. So I think they kind of fell to a herd bias. Hello, Thistles for Eyes. Also, Ava Ivy, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. A lot of polls in Michigan are near even. A lot of polls in a lot of places are near even. I don't think that that is the case, though. I genuinely don't think that I don't think that it's being polled correctly. Does AI use in polling factor in at all? I think that's something we'll find out largely after the fact. Hey, Tatum Riley. Thistles for Eyes, thank you for gifting a membership. So, like, I just think that a lot of the polling is deeply flawed, and I think the Ann Selzer poll, which is, again, the gold standard, is probably the accurate one in this election once again. You know, again, with a margin for error, but I think it is probably the most accurate poll we've seen in a while. And I think that if that is indicative of skewed polling in other states, too, Republicans are dead in the water this election cycle. Vosh went over this earlier. They are literally just pulling ChatGPT. If that's the case, some people are gonna like be sued into oblivion. Red Lion Eagle was caught pressuring a pollster to hedge the poll. I don't know who that is. It's very close right now. I think that there's some indication that it's not as close as people think. Frankly, I think that from the Ann Selzer poll, and I'm going to keep referring to it because it's the last major data point before, and a lot of the comments coming out of like the polling community, the election heads, I think a lot of it indicates that, oh boy, this is not going to go how Republicans think it's going to go. Yo, Sophie Bliss, thank you for the $5 Canadian for the editing hours where you don't get donos. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, GamerG, it wouldn't be surprising if Trump's circle was putting pressure on their pollsters to favor him so that they can present him with favorable data. Because frankly, from what we know of how Donald Trump operates in private, he wants people to flatter him. And if the data is inconvenient to that, then he takes it out on the people who bring him the data. You know, like I get the feeling that there is an incentive in Trump's inner circle to fabricate that data. Going to vote tomorrow? Good. Get out there. Probably missed my thing with JD Vance. No, I know how vice presidents work. I heard that's why they keep having the music. It's to calm him down. I mean, I don't think it's because of let me put it this way. I don't think they keep having the music to calm him down. I think he is ordering the music, and he's fired everyone on his campaign that might tell him that's a bad idea. You know? Boop, boop, boo. Every swing state could go either way, and everyone in those 7 should get as many people to vote as they can. I agree! Except that, again, I do think the data indicates that the swing states are going to go to Kamala. Beep, beep, boop. I mean, I again, if you guys want to know why, I encourage you all to watch the video that I did with Tricolor Analytics. You voted 2 weeks ago for Harris? Hell yeah. Proud to speak up for life-saving healthcare services for the women in Texas. Hell yeah, Mike C, let's go. No teenager should die in Texas because they're denied abortion care. You know? No woman or person should die because they're being denied that care. You know? So go fucking vote. Like, my God, you know, I've definitely pissed off like some Green Party voters this past week. But like, man, even if you buy their arguments about Harris and Trump being equally bad on Gaza, there's no excuse when it comes to all of the other policy differences. Did you see Trump going with gold and black with his outfit? No, I did not. Wouldn't it be more accurate to look at aggregate polls? Well, by the fucking dip, the issue is if the polls in aggregate are skewed due to a herding bias, then that means that the aggregate of the polls is skewed. You know? The reason I attribute more rigor to the Seltzer poll is because it has proven and demonstrated itself to be rigorous even in the face of herd bias in the past. Wouldn't the herding bias go both ways? No. Herd bias in polling tends to go towards the middle. Green parties for nincompoops? True! Green smelly nincompoops. Whew. We have content to cover, folks. You heard the International Green Party org condemning Jill Stein? Yeah, but again, people who've already locked in to vote Green don't give a shit. If they had the ability to do critical thinking, they would have done it months ago. Content about what? Why, I'm glad you asked, Tatum Riley. We're going to be going over a lot of stuff. We got last minute debates to cover. We've got some Donald Trump closing arguments to take a look at. Hello, KM Stas. We got stuff to do. I'm not just here to dick around. Wondering if I should put myself in a sketchy money situation, finding more people to bet on election. I'm up to $1,400 on Harris. Yo, I don't put yourself in any sketchy situations. Let me put it this way. If you have to put yourself in a sketchy situation to bet, that's not a bet worth making. Don't gamble money you're not willing to lose. Sending love and mental strength to my American pals from Australia. Yenafel, we're doing our damnedest to make sure fascism doesn't take over America and ruin all of your lovely countries as well. Okay? All in on Harris. Please no. Some people thought Harris was just being rhetorical with her to-do list. This is cute. This is cute. This is a cute little Twitter post. I like it. Cut taxes for more than 100 million Americans. Pretty nice. Strengthen Medicare and protect Social Security. Nice. Work in the private sector to build 3 million new homes to increase housing supply and bring down costs. Not too keen on this private sector malarkey, but the other bits are good. Pass bipartisan border security bill to strengthen and secure our border. Boo. Restore reproductive freedom. Nice. Legalize recreational marijuana. Nice. Cap the cost of insulin at $35 per month and prescription drug costs at $2,000 per year for all Americans. And honestly, do you know how much medical debt this would stop Americans from falling into? Do you like medications being capped at $2,000 per year is wildly wonderful in America. Expand Medicare to cover home care for seniors and people with disabilities. Wonderful policy. Protect and strengthen the Affordable Care Act. Nice. Promote common sense gun safety laws. Nice. Invest in American manufacturing and clean energy. Nice. Expand the startup tax deduction for small businesses by 10 times to $50,000. Nice. Give families a $6,000 tax credit during the first year of their child's life. Nice. Which would probably also reinstate the child tax credit for, families, which would be very, very nice. Pass the first ever federal ban on corporate price gouging on food and groceries. Nice. And more. Wait a minute. You can't check that off. That's not how a checklist works. You can't just say and more and then have a checkbox next to it. That could mean anything. That could mean like take a shit. Check it off. Check it off the list. Anyway, it's cute. It's cute. It's a cute post. I'm also Australian. My partner's in the US. She's just filling me in about the squirrel. Oh God, I don't want to talk about the squirrel. Can we not talk about the squirrel? Like one, it was heinous for the department to execute the squirrel. Two, Republicans are trying to make it as if like the Department of Wildlife personally crucified Jesus Christ. And no, it's just a shitty thing that the state does sometimes. Like cops shoot dogs all the time. Does that mean conservatives want to defund the police now? No. It's just a cynical ploy. No squirrel. They're comparing it to George Floyd. Yeah, of course, because again, even while trying to cynically use the execution of a squirrel for political gain, they can't help themselves from being the most racist fucks imaginable, So, anyway, yeah, it's not justice for cricket. Yeah, I want to see. Yeah, when are we going to see justice for cricket? That squirrel was no angel. God damn it. Okay. Moving on. Oh, man. Oh, by the way, can we just... So, folks, the other day, we talked a little bit about this guy named Elon Musk and how apparently he has started, like, randomly getting people to jump into vans, and then those vans drive those people hundreds of miles away across state lines, and then they are forced to sign an NDA, and that at that point they find out that their job is to canvass for Donald Trump through Elon Musk's America PAC, and if they don't, then they're going to be left stranded in another state hundreds of miles away from their home, and they won't be paid. So there's a lot of downsides here, and workers who have been hired in this way have been sharing their stories of mistreatment. But yesterday, guys, a story dropped, because we talked a little bit about this, and it's like, well, you know, if they don't do what they're told, then they just get stranded. You might think, well, what, a political organization isn't just going to strand, like, their canvassers in another state with no recourse? Like, that'd be insane. Wait, that's exactly what it did. That's exactly what America PAC did. It fired and abandoned canvassers in Michigan who voiced concerns. Workers spoke out about unsafe working conditions, including being driven in the back of a U-Haul without seats or seat belts. Yeah, it really is. They were told they had to meet unattainable quotas or risk paying for their own accommodations and travel home. They were then unceremoniously fired after some of them spoke to the press. Yeah, remember that story we talked about? For just leaking that story to the press, America PAC fired them and stranded them in Michigan. There's no way this could be legal, by the way. Like, they're gonna be sued. The issue is that, you know, Elon Musk can afford infinite numbers of lawyers to stretch this litigation out forever, making it a huge gamble for these people to sue. But even if they were granted that money, it doesn't matter. He has billions of dollars. Like, it's not a crime that's gonna, you know, really register in his checkbook in any way. The GOP has ruined their ground game for years to come. Yeah, we talked about this a bit the other day when I talked with Christina, but the ground game that conservatives have is abysmal. Like, Donald Trump basically has no canvassers or phone bankers outside of whatever they can hire. There aren't volunteers going to do that for Donald Trump, by and large. That's why America PAC has to hire them and force them to sign NDAs. Like, that's why this is happening. It's because they don't have the ability to field a ground game. And this is why, again, I think that the polling is indicative of a massive blowout in favor of Harris. It's just not really being reflected in the aggregate. I think that we're gonna see some truly insane stuff go down on Tuesday, but you know, which I guess is tomorrow. Oh God, time is marching on. They switched to just cheating. I mean, Elon Musk has always been a cheater. It's not surprising. Anyway, I thought it was worth the update. Republicans can't field volunteers to knock doors or phone bank. They're kind of, I think they're kind of screwed because you need that stuff to get out the vote. And I think that Donald Trump is seeing this reflected in his internal polling because, oh man, his last few speeches have been all but accompanied by funeral dirges. Okay, like it's been interesting to see. aside from a remote. Well, let's finish this. let's finish this segment. There we go. Also, these segments today are gonna be a bit rough. I apologize when they hit the YouTube because it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning and I've been going for a very long time and I need to also. Yeah, Donald Trump's been giving his microphone stands blowjobs. Okay, like he's not doing okay. If you want me to explain that, you'll have to stick around because I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Don't go anywhere. While I'm gone, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos. I will BRB.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy of problem and his trouble as he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 he wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grass to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
In the heart of the stream where the currents flow, there's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright navigates the waters, chasing dreams in the night. She talks of games and battles won, and fights for rights until they're won. With her partner by her side, they sail the waves they won't abide. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yacht and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, lead the way. In chat, the waves crash loud as Jack speaks truth, she stands proud. Politics, socialism, her flag unfurled. In her world, all voices are heard. With arm curls and glasses on, she blows a kiss, her strength is strong. Her favorite tune she'll sing along, and in her laughter we all belong. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yacht and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, lead the way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. EWA, the sound of joy as she sails through, no one can destroy. With love and courage, she sets sail. Riverboat Jack, never to fail. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy, her unique. He called him.
Firefishy, if you just want to download Couchfucker, there's a link to the YouTube. You could rip it off the YouTube. There you go. Excuse me. Hello, everybody. Yeah, people in chat submitted various meme AI songs, and I incorporated them into the list, into the stream playlist because I find them amusing. Not all of them, but some of them. The worst part of a Kamala victory is that song will no longer be relevant, or Counterpoint will continue to play it long after its relevancy has faded. AI is of the devil, but Counterpoint, sometimes it's funny. Let's see. Hello, the majestic Spider-Man. Honestly, using AI to tell a presidential fascist candidate to go fuck themselves is probably the best use for it. Couchfucker's still gonna be up for re-election at some point. True. Oh, God. I'm tired. Okay. Whew. All right, folks. You guys ready? So fucking hopeful for Kuntz to beat Holly. We're gonna be covering that debate tonight. It's gonna be a good one. Let's see here. How we doing? Well, chat, we have 210 people watching on the YouTube, but only 62 likes. What is this nonsense? Let's go. Then go to bed. This is a once in every 4 years time period. I can't go to bed. This is like the time to do politics content. If I'm not doing politics content right now, like that's a problem. This is like the point. Today and tomorrow are like when normal people tune into politics content. We gotta keep going, all right? Oh God, JD Vance is not, guys. JD Vance is not going to be running for president in 2028. If they lose this election cycle, JD Vance is not ever relevant again in U.S. politics outside of like maybe holding on as a senator for a couple years.
AI feels more okay to use for silly meme stuff than for things that'd take money away from creatives.
True, Big Roy. True. It's crunch time, baby. Good night, OS Crane. Have fun snuggling your cat. I mean, I think that this election cycle really revealed that JD Vance is a big time loser. So I don't think he's going to hold on to that Senate seat much longer. Whew. Just like Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine's going to be holding on to his Senate seat for a long time. We covered one of his debates. He did pretty well. Did you see supposedly Fuentes has fled Trumpism? I don't believe it. I don't. Genuinely, I think the reason that Nick Fuentes fled Trumpism is because he, you know, he might be evil, but he has decent political instincts, and he knows that Donald Trump is going down this election cycle. If he thought Donald Trump was going to win, he'd be, like, MAGA front row, okay? He called it a cult, but, like, it is. Yeah, but are you familiar with what a groiper is? Are you familiar? Are you familiar with, like, the audience Nick Fuentes has cultivated? I don't know. It's stones and glass houses come to mind. Okay, folks. We're diving into content. Some minor content, but I do think it is relevant here. Yeah, okay. I still have this somewhere. No, I don't. God damn it. Let me pull this up real quick. Yeah, here we go. Found it. Okay, awesome. Here we go. Are you guys ready to see some shit? All right. So, guys, I'm going to press this button. So, folks, there is, in fact, a website that recently started, ostensibly about news, called The Free Press. And it recently did a debate series, and there's been a clip making the rounds on social media that I feel like we should talk about just like a little bit, because people might be confused as to, you know, what spurred its creation. So let's take a quick look at it here.
I would love to be a stay-at-home mom. I would love to be a homemaker and a wife. I would love to be able to live on a homestead and go milk my cow and take the eggs out of the chicken coop and have one baby in the belly and on my hip and another toddler coming behind me. That's like my dream, but I can't fucking do that because the way the economy is set up is I'm forced to work. I'm forced to get an education, a higher education, a college degree in order to make enough money that I can be financially independent and afford my own home or my own rent or my own gas or my own groceries, my own insurance. And it's extremely difficult to do that. And it's very isolating as a woman when you have to do all of that all on your own and you can't find somebody that you can outsource some of those chores and financial responsibilities like you would with a spouse. So no, being a single working woman absolutely sucks. It's the worst thing ever. I hate it. I would go back to the 1950s in a second just so I wouldn't have to deal with this shit.
You're talking about a traditional nuclear family where the woman doesn't work in a married household with kids.
And statistically, that was the case.
You're a single woman who isn't married with kids yet.
So I'm for it because of the way it is. Most women were married by the age of 21 up until the 1970s.
I think it's a woman's choice. Before that, it was societally encouraged to marry young.
Yeah, and it was better for women mental health-wise long-term to be able to go into that long-term committed relationship and have the established family instead of being forced to slave away for a corporation that doesn't like you, doesn't care about you, makes you sit under fluorescent lights for 8, 9, 10 hours a day. You get a lunch break, you get health insurance, but do you have somebody who loves you staring at you every day like your child? No, it's horrible.
Incredible stuff going on in this clip here. Okay? Incredible stuff. I wanted to let it play all the way through. Before we go through it one more time and break it down, because I think maybe some of you are already starting to see some of the flaws in the argumentation here. All right, here we go.
I would love to be a stay-at-home mom. I would love to be a homemaker and a wife. I would love to be able to live on a homestead and go milk my cow and take the eggs out of the chicken coop and have one baby in the belly and on my hip and another toddler coming behind me. That's like my dream, but I can't fucking do that because the way the economy is set up is I'm forced to work.
Now, the thing that she's kind of missing is that you can still do all those things. As a woman, you can actually still go do all those things. Like, it's, as it was in the past, just incumbent on you to find a man who has the estate for you to milk the cows, who has the virility to give you those children, and, you know, the financial security to be able to provide all these things and also like continue getting money to do things like pay for healthcare and for, you know, the delivery of your children. So like that hasn't changed. Like if you got married to someone in the 1950s for you know, we'll just say for example, who didn't own a farm, do you think that you were gonna be doing any of those things? No. Like you had to go and marry the guy who owned all that stuff first. That's how that worked. And if you want to do that, you can still go do that. You can go find a farmer. Get on onlyfarmers.com, not sponsored, and find yourself a farm boy who has a farm for you to go milk cows on. You can do that. Like that. I mean, this is just a lack of ingenuity on your part here. Now, all of that aside, I understand kind of the point she's trying to make, which is that she's attributing the fact that she can't do that to the fact that the economy has really narrowed it so that most households have to have both partners working full-time in order to support the household. Okay? Like, that is, for most people, the case. However, that was also the case for a lot of people who were not well off financially in the past as well. We'll get to that, but let's play some more here.
I'm forced to get an education, a higher education, a college degree in order to make enough money that I can be financially independent and afford my own home or my own rent or my own gas.
Now, this is interesting, right? Because you're not forced to get a higher education. You are forced to get a high school degree. You're not forced to go get a college degree. Now, does society generally tend to tell you that you should get a college degree in order to get more, like make more money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Yes. However, I just want to point out there, you can go to like trade school. You know, you can like apprentice as like an electrician or a plumber. women can do that. That's like you don't have to go and get like a bachelor's degree. You could just apprentice somewhere. But again, you know, she's talking about mainstream narratives of how women in the mainstream economy are supposed to be, right? And she's not really thinking outside of those lanes. So, within the confines of the mainstream, yeah, people will tell you, yeah, you should get a degree. You'll make more money. Which tends to be true. Just as an FYI, that does tend to be true.
My own groceries, my own insurance, and it's extremely difficult to do that. And it's very isolating as a woman when you have to do all of that all on your own, and you can't find somebody that you can outsource some of those chores and financial responsibilities like you would with a spouse.
Now, I'm going to pause right here and say, in the past, I want to be clear, in the past, women weren't outsourcing chores to their husbands. That wasn't the women were doing the chores. That was their homework. That was the duty that they had as a wife. They were. Anyone ever watched The Jetsons? If you were a woman, your job was basically to be Rosie the robot and like clean up everything and do the dishes and, you know, like take care of the kids. That was it.
So no, being a single working woman absolutely sucks.
Counterpoint, it's pretty great actually. Like being like an independent single person is pretty great. The thing she seems to be complaining about here, in a very roundabout way, is being on a single income tends to suck if you're living, you know, as if you have dual income, when you don't. You know? She wants to live in the 1990s, not the 50s. Well, let's find out.
It's the worst thing ever. I hate it. I would go back to the 1950s in a second just so I wouldn't have to deal with this shit.
Now, aside from the very obvious privilege of making a statement like, I would go back to the 1950s in a second, like, yeah, you're a white lady. You know, you wouldn't immediately be singled out as suspicious or, you know, for discrimination, at least racially. But like in the 1950s, you know, you wouldn't have been able to have a independent account, right? Like if you were married, your account, you didn't have a bank account. Your husband had the bank account. Like if you would have not had as many rights as a man in society.
You're talking about a traditional nuclear family where the woman doesn't work in a married household with kids.
Now, this person brings up an excellent point here because the traditional nuclear family isn't a thing. I know this might come as a surprise to a lot of people, but like the idea that like the man goes to work and the wife stays home with the kids and is the homemaker and you just make it off of that one income and everything's fine, that was a very unique phenomenon that was widespread during the 1950s, largely because it was the post-World War II era when America had a gigantic economic boom. But prior to that, and for, you know, disenfranchised groups of people like African Americans, families had to have both the husband and the wife working. Now, it wasn't like the wife could typically go and do like the same jobs as a man, but often women would do things like sewing, handicrafts. You know, they would wind up like selling little knickknacks that they would make at the home. They would wind up doing things that would create revenue streams for the family. They would go and do housework in other homes. They would go and do menial labor for richer families. Like, this was like the idea that the nuclear family was like the main thing has always been a fiction. Yeah, honestly, salmon moose, one of the popular jobs for women who had received certain amounts of education was to work as a computer. And I mean that in like the sense of like someone who computes things. Like, that used to be a job prior to us having, machine computers. People could work as computers, and that was largely predominantly done by women, actually. This is why it was kind of seen as it was kind of seen as embarrassing early on in computing for a man to work in software, because the computing, writing the code, was not seen as masculine as working with the actual hardware. So like there's a whole lot of things, and even after like software became like more important for computers, like machine computers, women tended to do that until later on in the 1970s. And then it started getting marketed towards men and boys, right? And so like there's a lot of layers here, but I just really want to hammer home that like what she's talking about is middle class income. And frankly, if you have a middle class income in America right now, you can get away with a stay-at-home like spouse. If you're making a middle class income relative to your location in America, you can still have a stay-at-home spouse. Does it maximize your income? No. Might it like put some like restraint on what you can buy? Sure. But can you do it? Yes.
And statistically, that was the case.
You're a single woman who isn't married with kids yet. Like,
yeah.
Because
So I'm
the way our
because of
system
the way
is.
it is. Most women were married by the age of 21 up until the 1970s.
I think it's a woman's choice. Before that, it was societally encouraged to marry young.
Yeah, and it was better for women mental health-wise, long-term, to be able to go into that long-term committed relationship and have the established family instead of being forced to slave away for a corporation that doesn't like you, doesn't care about you, makes you sit under fluorescent lights for 8, 9.
All right, we're gonna pause here. We're gonna back up a little bit, but guys, the overwhelming majority of people, and some of you might be young. I assume some people in my audience are young. You generally haven't met the person you want to spend the rest of your life with by the age of 21. That's not a thing that tends to happen. Like, and especially not in like the 1950s or 1960s. Generally, if you met someone early on in your life, you were encouraged to get married. And a lot of people did. And you want to know what happened to those people? They wound up being miserable. They wound up being so goddamn sad. Because they felt like they couldn't get divorced. They felt like they were stuck in their marriages that were unhappy. And so, you know what women tended to do? They tended to medicate themselves. They tended to take Valium. They tended to take, a lot of prescription pills, non-prescription pills, alcohol, etc. Yeah, like this was the golden age where in television, you would see men and women joking about how much they hated their wife or their husband. That's where like this became like a meme that has been replicated to this day. The old ball and chain makes you miserable, keeps you from doing what you want to do. And it's like, that's because they were unhappy. I've got to, hey guys, bring it in, okay? Bring it in a little bit. All right. I know that this might seem a little wild. All right. I know this might seem a little wild. All right. I actually, is there a way I can actually like zoom in? That'd be so funny. Okay, so if you got married as a teenager, you weren't typically happy. You weren't typically happy, okay? Like that wasn't a thing that you were good at, all right? And if you happen to get married, you'd be stuck in these loveless marriages. You just pump out kids. But guys, people in happy, fulfilling relationships don't joke about how much they hate their partner. Okay, that's not, if you're in a happy relationship, it's not actually like funny to talk about how much you hate your partner. And that was commonplace. It was common in the media because it was common for husbands and wives to hate each other. Okay? All right. Let's bring it back out. Okay. All right, I now have the ability to zoom. Excellent. It was also practically impossible to get divorced. True. Yeah, how get divorced with what money? You didn't have independent like bank account info. Like where are you going to get the money for a lawyer for divorce? Ay. Anyway, moving on.
And have the established family instead of being forced to slave away for a corporation that doesn't like you, doesn't care about you, makes you sit under fluorescent lights for 8, 9, 10 hours a day. You get a lunch break, you get health insurance, but do you have somebody who loves you staring at you every day? Like,
I just want to point out
choice before that.
Go into that long-term committed relationship and have the established family instead of being forced to slave away for a corporation that doesn't like you, doesn't care about.
So if you got into a marriage where you had to stay at home and you did not like your husband, this is exactly your scenario, except that instead of slaving away for 8 to 12 hours a day, you're slaving away for 24 hours a day. There is no escape for you. And if you are in a loveless relationship, it turns out, well, sucks to suck. You don't have any out. You can't just quit and go find a different job.
Out you, makes you sit under fluorescent lights for 8, 9, 10 hours a day. You get a lunch break, you get health insurance, but...
Wow, you're describing the situation you find to be ideal. Like that, the 1950s, like getting married to a man, like for the vast majority of women, was this, minus the fluorescent lighting, because they hadn't come up with that yet.
Do you have somebody who loves you staring at you every day, like your child? No.
Again, notice how she's not saying, do you have someone who loves you, who stares at you every day, like your husband? Because even she knows that she's kind of full of shit on that one.
It's horrible.
Like it's just absolutely incredible. Now, if you're like, well, why are we paying attention to this, Jack? Like, what's the deal? Okay. What's the deal with that? Who is that? Let's see if I can pull this up for you guys here. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da. Do we have this here? Ba-ba-da-da-ba. I'm trying to find this for you guys. Where is it? I don't want reading. Where is this? Ah, the swing debates. Here we go. Who is this here? Firefishy, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Now let's see here. Does it not say who these people are? All right, cool. I just want to.
I think we're like all.
I want.
You know.
I want to double check who these people are. Oh, of course it doesn't list it in the video. Excellent.
Mostly grown up, and we're like, this sucks.
Yeah.
You're like, last voting for if you
sophomore in college. I'm Kamala Harris.
I'm
For the mission.
or whatever.
With
twist.
I'm also voting for
GOP of him or whatever. And why don't we start over here and just go around?
Dave Smith and Joe Rogan.
I get mine from
At
Pass
me your vote. American Gen Z is
Saying that love your country, perpetuate.
the first trying to woo. Gen Z. Tell me your name and what you do, including if you're active in any political capacity, and who you're planning on voting for if you've decided yet. Let's start with you.
My name is Katie. I am 23. I work as a respiratory therapist, so not really political. I represent the Libertarian Party, and I'm going to vote for Trump.
I'm Stella. I am 19 and a sophomore in college. I am the communications director for the Michigan College Democrats, and I plan on voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Sam Ditsazy. I currently work in politics in Lansing. I'm legislative director there. I managed students for Trump back in 2020, and as you can imagine, I'm voting for Donald Trump again in 2024.
My name is Amber Henson. I am a current undergrad at the University of Michigan. I am the state executive board vice president for the Michigan College Democrats, and I am voting for Kamala Harris.
So I'm Jackie Eubanks. I'm the state director of Catholics for Trump. So I think you all know who I'll be voting for.
So, yeah, that's right. She's the state director for Catholics for Trump. And guys, we're not watching this entire thing. We're not doing it. We're not doing that. We're not doing it. But as you can imagine, of course, that's the worldview that she has here. Okay? Like that is where she comes from. All right? Now, if you're wondering, who is this? Who is this Jackie Eubanks? Well, here's a little excerpt from a couple years ago when she made some headlines. Trump endorsed her. Now she wants to use state power to crush the left and impose God's moral order. Jackie Eubanks, a Gen Z zealot running for state office in Michigan, vows to make contraception illegal, insisting God's morality is for everybody. And here's a picture of her 2 years ago with Donald Trump. She looks insane in that picture. Yes, she does. And, you know, I'm going to say something that's a little mean here. I'm going to say something that's a little mean. Okay? Just like a little bit mean, though. Frankly, I'm going to make it big just so I can really hammer this point home. Do we have a... There we go. Frankly, guys, those bangs indicate how evil she is. Those are evil bangs. Her bangs give her away as a demon, okay? Those bangs are bad, and she should feel bad about them, okay? At least 2 years ago, she just looked blatantly evil and crazy, and those bangs, they're the inverted horns of the beast, okay? There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it. Anyway, just taking a quick look here. Jackie Eubanks is running for Michigan legislature with a wholehearted endorsement from Donald Trump, who calls her an America First patriot. Her agenda, banning contraception, gay marriage, and imposing the Christian moral order on the nation. So guys, in case you guys have any doubt about who is supporting Donald Trump and what they intend to do, she is actually the epitome of that. Do you know anyone who's gay married? She wants to invalidate their marriage. Do you know anyone who's had sex out of wedlock? She wants to put them in prison. Eubanks, a Gen Z conservative who falsely claims Trump won the 2020 election in Michigan, disclosed her extreme views in an interview on Church Militant, a digital media service that has been designated by the Southern Poverty Law Center as an anti-LGBTQ hate group. It was actually such a ginormous hate group that it recently shut down its public-facing operations because it's widely recognized as a hate group. Church Militant is run by Michael Voris, an ex-TV news reporter and formerly gay man who's been criticized as a leader of the Catholic alt-right. Yeah. So, you know, it's not surprising that someone like that is like, yeah, I'd go back to the 1950s when it was so much better for women. Like, she's delusional, deranged, and a bigot. The reason she wants to go back to the 1950s is quite literally because I'm quite sure of this. She believes that like black people were better off prior to the Civil Rights Act. Like these people are nut jobs. And I need to be clear about something. Not only are these people nut jobs, it's alienating to normal Republicans. You know, there used to be like a normal, like a contingent of normie Republicans. Those were the people who like showed up to like volunteer for political campaigns. The reason Donald Trump can't find a ground game in any of these major states is because all of the normal Republicans are like completely disgusted by like the mask off racism. They need the mask to be on. They need the mask to be on for them to have the plausible deniability. Without the mask, they're like, wait a minute, these are open Nazis. We can't support those guys. Wait a minute, that guy's the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. We can't do that. You know? There is a line for the normie Republican, and I think that Donald Trump crossed it, you know, sometime between now and this election and the last one, somewhere between 2020 and now, probably with Jan 6th, if I'm being completely honest with you. So again, all of this is to say, I think that it bolsters the case here. Like, these people are nuts. These people are nuts. I don't think it's we can't do that, more that they don't believe that they think those things. Well, true, Natalie Schneider. Like, normie Republicans don't want to put themselves in the same bucket as the Ku Klux Klan and neo-Nazis or white supremacists. They need the plausible deniability. They need that veneer of respectability. Yeah, what they need is a William F. Buckley to kind of like sane wash their positions to liberals, you know? And I have to be honest with you, there is no William F. Buckley now. William F. Buckley was a racist POS, okay? That's right, a racist point of sale device. But like, but they don't have that anymore. Like, Ben Shapiro is maybe the closest that they have, but he's not William F. Buckley. He doesn't have the mainstream appeal of William F. Buckley. Most people in like normal world don't know anything about Ben Shapiro. They've never heard of him before. You know? So anyway, I found that this clip going viral, I found it fascinating. because I think it kind of reveals so much about what's going on behind the scenes with like the current Trump movement. I think it's indicative. I think it's indicative of what's going on, and it's just so incredibly alienating to normal people who are like, that's what? You want to be barefoot in the kitchen? That's weird. I mean, like, you do you, but like you shouldn't be able to put that on us. God. Anyway, there we go. We did it. Ben Shapiro, the spy novel author? Yes, that one. Now, folks, we've been going for an hour and a half. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, because we're about to jump into our first meaty segment of the night. Let's take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Also, if anyone is curious, here's a photograph from the rally in Puerto Rico tonight. 50,000 people turned out to support like Puerto Rican like pride against the onslaught of Donald Trump and his racism. Yeah. It's the second largest gathering of Kamala Harris supporters of the cycle. It's huge. So, anyway, like the momentum's here, folks. I called it the other day. Kamala Harris is gonna win. She's got the juice. Now let's take a look here. Oh, we do have a short segment to do, and I do apologize for this, folks. So, folks, I do have to apologize because I'm about to inflict an info hazard on you folks. You know, make sure you're wearing your protective goggles, okay? There's a new episode of The New Norm out, everyone. We have to watch it for science. Now, I do apologize. There's going to be some kind of eldritch effect on each and every one of you. What it might be, I don't know. But it's, you know, it's going to be a lot.
I don't understand. You're black.
I apologize for posting this to the Discord. You're inflicting it on them, Paladin. You know, you guys think I don't look at the Discord suggestions, but I do. And this is the inevitable results of your meddling in suggesting topics. Here we go. And can we just... What are we doing here? Like, we haven't even started the video. This is just the thumbnail for the video, guys. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? You have the main character of your show, you know, jacking off a SpaceX rocket in the thumbnail. Electile dysfunction. Haha. I like that they deliberately animated Donald Trump with big hands, too. I like that they gave him gigantic, like, meat hook hands. And likely directly because people kept talking about his tiny hands. They didn't even redraw him. That's just him holding a beer from the pilot, too. Like, guys, there's so much going on here. All right, I'll press the play button. I feel like that meme of like the yes, sweetie. You know, I feel like the soy jack right now.
If Kamala wins, we're out of here.
If Trump wins, we're out of here. No, they eat dogs and cats.
Your side eats dogs and cats. Our guy just sings about it.
They're eating.
Wait, what? Oh, Elon's holding a Doge. It's so cute.
No, they eat dogs and cats.
But what does that mean? What do you mean they eat dogs and cats? No one has been saying that Trump or Elon eat dogs or cats?
Your side eats dogs and cats. Our guy just sings about it.
They're eating the dogs. Eating the pets.
Maybe we all can get along.
There, on the sloped roof.
Oh my god. What? So they try to assassinate Donald Trump in the New Norm cartoon?
Ooh. Ha! A DEI hire.
I wonder what this button does.
Now we're stuck here with you.
We're stuck here with you. And they, them.
Communist, homophobe,
My plan worked. They're destroying each other. Yet.
What do we do now?
Loot?
I need a beer.
Wait, was that still Dave Rubin?
Do now?
Loot?
Oh, they recast Dave! They recast Dave Rubin! That's not Dave's voice anymore! Did Dave lose his role in the New Norm? Because of the Tenet media implosion? Oh my god, Dave! Oh my god, Dave! How do you not get called back for the New Norm, man? Like, I have on my soundboard.
I don't understand. You're black.
That was the voice. This is not Dave.
What do we do now?
Loot?
I need a beer.
Wait, where's our dog?
They're eating the dogs.
What?
They're eating the cats of the people who live there. The new norm ain't the same as the old norm.
Okay, real talk, this has to be some kind of money laundering scheme, right? Like, this has to be some kind of money laundering scheme. There's no, like, this is so bad. Like, and they're trying to sell merch.
I'm Norm. I want normal beer. Problem is, nowadays, beer's covered in rainbows and drag queens. If only there was a better way. Turn any beer into normal beer with the Normal Beer Cozy. Get the normal beer cozy now and make every beer a normal beer.
That was so unbelievably bad. This entire thing only exists to sell a beer koozie? Are you kidding me? Also, you're so afraid of drinking out of a rainbow can that you need a cover for it so you're not embarrassed? Will the cover protect your masculinity from the beer can? Like, was this made by someone who drank the, was this made by somebody who drank out of the Pepsi cans around the year 1999 for the hit film, the Star Wars Episode 1 Phantom Menace? Was this made by someone whose masculinity was threatened by the Princess Amidala Pepsi can? Like they got a 12-pack of Pepsi. They drank one, it had Qui-Gon on it, that was fine. They drank another one, it had Jar Jar on it, that was fine. They drank another, it had Anakin on it, that was fine. But then all of the Amidala cans, they couldn't drink out of that because that'd be gay. Is the beer koozie for like that very, very hyper specific demographic? That's right. I did a very deep cut. Was that a thing? Oh my God, was it a thing? If you are too young to remember that movie coming out, can I just want to mentally scar all of you. Just in case you all forgot, this was one of the products put out during the release of that film. Poorly thought out, to say the least. Just good times. Good times Frenching Jar Jar Binks as a child. Ah, yes, the original Dune 2 bucket. Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. Well, what the fuck? Yeah, you know what? Sometimes when you shoot for the moon, you land among the stars. Oh God. Was that a beer or a toy? That was neither. That was a sucker. It was a the tongue on this is a candy that you can suck on. For children, mind you. God. Anyway, the new norm exists. I thought I would try and wipe your brains with that bit of brain bleach, but unfortunately I don't think anything can really protect you now from the info hazard I've released upon you. So, enjoy that. The new norm. New episodes coming probably in 2025 at the rate they release 2-minute shorts. Wow, high-level ideas. Oh, boy. It's way worse than I thought. True. True. Was that the whole episode? That was the whole episode. It was 2 minutes long. Oh, God. Folks, if you've been enjoying the show, we've been going for about 2 hours now. Please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Thought that was the beginning? No, that was the entire thing. They can't competently animate for shit, obviously, so, you know, that was it. All right. You know what? We're gonna start. We're gonna start with something I'm actually looking forward to. We're diving into some meaty content, folks. Oh, Quincy Jones died? That sucks. Hi, yi. Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you. I need more caffeine. It's gonna be a long night. I don't get to sleep probably until tomorrow during the daytime. So, hitting the button. So, folks, there's this guy named Josh Hawley, and he is a bad man. He's famous for supporting January 6th. He is a conservative who wants only bad things to happen to you and your family, as well as basically everyone else who isn't a rich asshole. And he had a debate against his Democratic challenger, Lucas Kunce. And we're going to jump in and watch that debate because I think it's an important one to pay attention to. And, well, let's see what happens, huh? Let's see.
It's a showdown in the Show Me State.
Let's do it right now.
You down on Fox News?
Let's debate right now.
Can you say yes to Fox News?
Are you going to debate today?
Can you say yes to Fox
News? If you'll show up debate today, we'll do
Oh my God. Lucas Kunce just bodying him even before the debate.
a whole bunch
Can you say yes to Fox News?
You show up and debate today, we'll do a whole bunch more.
You can't do it, man.
Right here. Right here.
Republican Senator Josh Hawley fighting to keep his seat.
He wants to be a senator and represent the people of the state. He can't be honest with the people of the state.
Democratic challenger Lucas Kunce
And we got some good Fire Emblem music too.
The guy's a swamp creature. He only cares about himself, making money for himself.
The two face off tonight for their only televised debate. The issues that matter most to Missourians taking.
Oh man, okay. If these are just a couple of the clips, I know very little about this. I know very little about Lucas Kunce, but like suddenly I'm extremely excited. If he calls him a swamp creature during the debate, oh man, that's wonderful.
Center stage.
Reproductive rights.
Yes. Economy, crime,
Women's rights.
overall health. With just days left to decide who will earn your trust and your vote November 5th. Live from your local election headquarters, the Fox 2 studio in St. Louis, it's debate night in Missouri, the race for U.S. Senate.
Debates for the beleaguered and tone-weary. Donations for the suffering.
Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the $5 dono. Thank you for helping to make this show possible. It warms the cockles of my cold, dead heart. Or maybe it's a mostly dead heart. Partly alive.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Fox 2 News anchor Shirley Washington.
And I'm Fox 4 News anchor out of Kansas City, John Holt. Great to be with you, Shirley, and with our...
You know what? Okay. You know how I have to start all of these by making like an aesthetic observation? This guy has a terrible haircut, but I have to respect the matching tie and pocket square. I have to. Like, it's an ugly tie, but I kind of dig that it has an ugly matching pocket square. It's almost like, you know, those shoes that are deliberately ugly. It's kind of like one of those. It's endearing to me.
Candidates tonight, we are looking forward to a very exciting evening, debate night in Missouri. Tonight's debate can be seen all across the state of Missouri, in fact, on air and streaming online on our Nexstar stations and media partners all across the Show Me State. And we invite everyone to join the conversation on social media using the hashtag MO Senate Debate.
Now, before we get started, let's go over the rules. Each candidate will have 90 seconds to answer a direct question. Follow-up questions will be allotted 30 seconds for a response. And when time is up, you will hear this bell. Each candidate will also have 60 seconds.
Oh, damn, Crystal Hazer. What's bad about the tie is that his neck skin matches it too. Damn. He's already halfway in the grave. You didn't need to put him all the way in.
For a closing statement.
We have a lot to get to tonight, gentlemen. Thanks for being with us. We're going to start with the economy, top of all the polls of what's important to people, and Shirley will have the first round.
John, thanks so much. Well, many Missourians depend on high-interest credit cards to get by. Mr. Hawley, you have called for an 18% cap on credit card interest rates. Former President Donald Trump has called for a 10% cap. Would you support a smaller cap despite potential impact on MasterCard and other financial institutions with Missouri ties? You have 90 seconds.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I want to start by saying hello to my wife and children who are watching at home. I sure do love you guys. Thank you to Nick
That's the first time he's told them that he loves them in at least 4 years.
Starr for hosting this debate. Thank you to the reporters for being here. You know, it takes a little bit of courage to share a stage with Lucas Kuntz after he shot a reporter last week. I guess he wants to go out with a bang. Now,
What? Is that a reference to something? Is it an attempt at a joke? I'm gonna Google that. Lucas Kuntz shot a reporter? Sheriff concludes shooting range injury of TV reporter at Lucas Kuntz event was an accident. The metal targets were only 10 paces, approximately 10 yards from where Kuntz was shooting an AR-15 rifle, according to the Clinton County Sheriff's Office. Okay. Kuntz, a Marine veteran, was hoping to unseat Republican U.S. Senator Josh Hawley, was holding an event at a shooting range near Kansas City with former U.S. Representative Adam Kinzinger, an Illinois Republican. While shooting AR-15 rifles, a bullet fragment ricocheted off a metal target and struck KSHB TV reporter Ryan Gamboa in the arm. According to the incident report, after receiving first aid from Kuntz, Gamboa sought treatment at a local hospital and was told he had a small piece of metal under his skin. Gamboa told the sheriff's office he was advised by hospital staff to leave it there. It's unclear, according to the incident report, who fired the bullet that ultimately hit Gamboa. But Kinzinger told the sheriff's office that after the shooting, various weapons, from handguns to AR-15 rifles, he stopped while Kuntz was shooting the last few rounds of the magazine. That's when Kinzinger said he became aware that Gamboa was bleeding from the arm. Huh. All right. I mean, it seems the bad idea there seems to be shooting at a metal target that at that close range, but you know, whatever.
Now, as to the question about the economy, I'm so glad you asked that because I think it's something that's on so many people's minds. Let me just start with credit cards. Here's what I would do. I think that the rates that the credit card companies are charging are absolutely outrageous. I think they're extortionary, and I would cap them. I proposed 18%. President Trump has proposed lower. I would be happy to go lower because, listen, the bottom line is people need to be able to keep what they earn. And listen, these credit card companies and these banks, they are making profits hand over fist. They don't need to make 30 and 40% interest. That's what, in many cases, the average credit card interest rate is right now, nationwide, 30+%. I think it's...
Oh, it was a target with a metal frame and paper. It caught the corner? That just seems... Okay, so a really freak accident. Gotcha.
Absolutely outrageous. We have got to get those costs down. We've got to get wages up. We've got to reopen American energy production. What I would not do, however, is what my opponent has said he would do, which I have to say I just don't understand. He has a plan to get rid of all fossil fuels in the state of Missouri, to get rid of all American energy, no gas, no diesel, no biofuels. He endorsed it and wrote about it last time he ran for the Senate 2 years ago. I think that that would be just the opposite of what we need to do. That would raise the cost of electricity. One economist estimates...
Well, if we switched off of all of those things, we would have a phase-out period. We'd have a phase-out period where we, build up a grid of green energy where then the price of energy doesn't go up. in the way that you're describing.
Estimates by 100%. I can't think of anything worse for Missouri families.
Mr. Hawley, thank you for your response. Mr. Coons, you have shared the story of your sister's medical bills that led to crippling credit card debt for your family. Do you support imposing an interest rate cap, and if so, how much? You have 90 seconds, sir.
That's true. You know, my family went bankrupt from medical bills when I was a kid, and I just want to say how happy I am to be here tonight. You know, for a normal guy like me who grew up in a working class neighborhood in mid-Missouri and whose family went bankrupt from something like that, it's really hard to make it in this world. You know, I spent my life as a U.S. Marine trying to pay everybody back in that old neighborhood because the way we made it through that time wasn't because the credit...
Wait, what time am I planning to start election coverage tonight? I mean, I'll probably be starting around 8 p.m. Well, I guess it would be 9 p.m. Eastern time. I might start a bit earlier today, but I have to be honest. I have a lot of work I need to get done before I go to sleep today, and I don't know how long I'm going to sleep. So that's estimates are hard, but my goal tomorrow or today, I guess, is to start by 9 p.m. Eastern time. And I should be able to keep that if nothing unforeseen happens. But then on the 5th, we'll be going. That will be, I'll probably start around like 2 or 3 o'clock ish. My time, so 3 or 4 o'clock Eastern time.
Credit card companies were there for us. It wasn't because country club politicians like Josh Hawley were there for us. It's because the people in our old neighborhood who had no more money than we did, you know, they passed the plate down at my mom's prayer group for us. They brought by
Take this Monday off? Hell nah.
more food by the house than we could eat, and they really just took care of us. And so for me, that's why I'm running in this U.S. Senate race. It's to take care of the everyday people who took care of me. Absolutely, we need to cap credit card rates. But you know what? Half the people there can't get another credit card, and they have to turn to things like payday lenders. We need to cap payday lenders. We need to regulate them. We need to make sure that these predatory financial institutions can't come in and destroy people's lives over and over and over again, because you can see the result of that in my old community. Like, if you go back to this old neighborhood, sure, it was working class, but we all had enough money to take care of each other. You go back there now, Josh Hawley's war on working people shows in every single corner. The first house that I lived in there is now an empty lot. The house across the street became an empty lot, and it's only got something there because Habitat for Humanity came in and built something. The house I joined the Marine Corps out of, that everybody brought food by, is boarded up to keep the squatters out, and the store on the corner, where my little sister and I, when we were 6 and 8 years old, could walk by ourselves to go buy candy, has been shut down because it's been robbed so many times it can't get insurance anymore. It's because corrupt politicians from both parties have taken money from the wrong people over and over and over again. I take no money from corporate PACs, no money from federal lobbyists, no money from big pharma executives, because the only people I will ever owe are the folks in that old neighborhood who took care of me and my family.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Coming into this knowing absolutely nothing about this guy, that's a hell of an opening. That's a hell of an opening. I like that a lot. Right now, he's banked up a lot of goodwill in my book.
Thank you so much for your response. I have a follow-up question for each of you. Again, starting with you, Mr.
This guy's the goddamn juggernaut of political candidates.
Hawley. Financial experts fear lower interest rates would lead to more credit card applications and more people being denied credit. Mr. Hawley, what do you say to Missourians who rely on credit cards to make ends meet? You have 30 seconds.
Well, listen, I would just say this. I think it's absolutely outrageous that folks who are relying on credit cards, and in this economy, in Kamala's economy, more and more people are doing that. They're putting their food on credit cards. They're putting their gas on credit cards because they can't afford it. Gas prices are up 70% in many cases. This is why.
Just as an FYI, you know, anecdotal, of course, but gas prices near me are under $3 a gallon, which is the lowest price I've seen in, like, I don't know, probably like, I want to say like 10 years.
I think we need to cap credit card interest rates. I don't buy the idea that the credit card companies that will then write off a bunch of people, they want the profit, they want the market. What I would not do is what my opponent's plan would do. The last time he ran for the U.S. Senate, he said that he would get rid of all fossil fuels. That would drive the cost of energy up by 100%. We can't afford that.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley, for your response. Mr. Coons, families facing similar financial hardship as yours did could be denied credit if rates are reduced drastically. What do you say to Missourians who rely on credit cards to make ends meet? You have 30 seconds.
These predatory financial institutions are not going to give up on their cash cow. They're going to keep going after it. They're going to find other ways. Look, this economy has been hard on all of us. We have all struggled. Well, everyone except Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley's flying around in a private jet all over our state because he treats us like flyover country. You know, he's got fancy haircuts. He hangs out with the most fancy federal lobbyists, and he doesn't take care of us. He doesn't bring money back home. You want to help out Missourians? How about bringing home the $300 million a year that Roy Blunt brought home every year? Josh Hawley, every year is zero. That's money for working families that we just don't have.
Mr. Coons, thank you so much.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. Coons is killing it here. Like these are effective attacks. If you're a working person in this state, like, well, let me put it this way. If I'm a working class individual and I know nothing about politics and I hear that, like, oh, there was a guy bringing $300 million here every year and we're getting $0 now, that sounds like a terrible deal. Yeah, screw Josh Hawley. I want this guy. He's going to bring $300 million here every year. Like, that's a compelling argument.
For your response, we appreciate it, John.
Boy, both of you have certainly made the news recently for different things, so we're going to touch...
Sorry, if I was working class in their district, which I'm not.
On each of these items separately, and we'll start with you, Mr. Coons. It's your October 22nd gun range event north of Kansas City, which the senator alluded to. A reporter was struck in the arm by shrapnel. Thankfully, he's okay, and the case is closed. No prosecution plan, but a lot of experts had questions based on media photos of the safety of the gun range, the private gun range that was being used at that time. So here's my question. Do these concerns contradict the image you've portrayed as a trained military veteran and also a gun advocate and gun owner?
Also, can we just say that the lighting in this debate is doing him so dirty? He looks so exhausted.
You have 90 seconds.
Absolutely not. You know, I think Josh Hawley's take on this whole situation tells you everything you need to know about this guy. Some union folks up north of Kansas City invited me up there to go to a shooting range that they've all done training on, had multiple trainings on. It was run by an NRA-certified training counselor. They wanted to do this range. I went up there. We followed the guy's directions. We did what he said, and unfortunately, a reporter was hurt by a piece of shrapnel. It was a minor injury. You know, I'm glad Ryan was okay. We bandaged him up, and we went on. And so it's just...
You know, it also does speak well to Kuntz that, like, he's the one who provided first aid to the guy who got hit by shrapnel. Like, that's a cool thing to do. That like, in my book, that earns you points. I don't think, like, the shrapnel is his fault, really.
It's crazy to see this guy over here clutching his pearls so hard over this, considering the fact that he's completely cool with inciting a riot that led to the injuries of 174 police officers, God knows how many other civilians, and even led to several deaths. You know, the difference between...
Get his ass, dude! Yeah, you trying to blow smoke his way? Here's a whole goddamn wildfire yours.
Between Josh Hawley and I is when I was at this event and I saw Ryan get hurt, I immediately went over to him. I stopped what I was doing. I took out the medical kit. I put a bandage on him. He was able to keep reporting. Josh Hawley, when literally hundreds of people were being hurt at his place of work, did the exact opposite thing, right? As a Marine, we go towards danger. We help people out when they're hurt. Josh Hawley, as the selfish swamp creature that he is and has always been, he ran away as quick as he could back to his $2 million Virginia estate and hid his head and hasn't said a single thing first. The man is literally all about himself. The people in this election have a real choice. A U.S. Marine who spent his entire life trying to pay back the people in my old neighborhood who took care of me, or a selfish guy over here who makes $500,000 in book sales, tripling his Senate salary, and brings nothing home to Missouri because he only cares about himself.
Mr. Coons, thank you. Mr.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I hope that the entire state tuned into to this debate, because if so, this has to move some voters. You know, this has to move voters, guys.
Hawley, in your case, and your opponent alluded to it,
like Josh Hawley's literally standing there looking gobsmacked.
2018, when you were campaigning against then Senator Claire McCaskill, you called her out for using private aircraft to fly around the state. Fast forward to 2024, and our review of Federal Election Commission documents reveals your campaign has spent more than $194,000 to do the exact same thing, essentially. Your critics, your opponent, have called you a hypocrite for that 6 years later. What say you? You have 90 seconds.
Thank you so much. Well, here's what I would say. I will use planes, trains, and automobiles to travel the state of Missouri, to see my constituents and to do my job and to reach every single corner of the state. And I tell you something else, all of those things have something in common. They all use fossil fuels. And if my opponent has his way with his plan, none of us will be able to use fossil fuels. I'm talking about oil, I'm talking about diesel, I'm talking about natural gas, I'm talking about coal. Listen, when my opponent ran for the Senate last time, and I say last time because he's run for office for 20 years now, 4 different offices or 5, I lose track, and when he ran for the Senate 2 years ago, his plan, which we'll post online right now, by the way, Kuntz Misfire is the Twitter handle. You can find all of this there all night. His plan called for eliminating American energy. Where would we buy it instead? From China. What would that do to our electricity bills? Economists estimate it would increase.
Just as an FYI, one of the most recent polls for this race shows Hawley is only leading by 3 points, which appears to be within the margin of error for that poll. So that's, again, with polling that has been as skewed as it is in this election cycle. So there is a shot here. I don't know that any of the polls have taken into account this debate. I don't think any of the polling has been done since this debate happened. So we're kind of going into the election blind on this one. But oh my God, I think he might be able to pull it off.
Increase them by 100%.
Yeah, it depends. Like, the polling in Missouri is kind of nuts. There's a lot of disparate results. Some showing Hawley up by like 13 points, some showing him up by 5, some showing him up by 3, 10. It's really all over the place. But again, I need to remind all of you, if the Seltzer poll is indicative in other states of the country, that we could be seeing a Democratic swing by anywhere from 7 to 13 points, which would be more than enough to disrupt Josh Hawley here. Down ballot.
I just think that that's off target for Missouri. I think it's totally crazy.
Mr. Hawley, just with all due respect, you didn't answer my question. The critics have called you hypocritical for calling out Claire McCaskill 6 years ago, and now you're flying around in a jet as well as part of your campaign. What say you about those allegations?
Well, if I did remember,
15 seconds.
If I remember correctly, my opponent 6 years ago lied about what she was doing. She said she was in an RV when in fact she was flying in a private plane. I tell you, you may not always agree with me, but I'll always tell you the truth, and you will always know where I stand. I wish I could say the same thing for my opponent. Like, for example, who's he voting for president this year?
Thank you. Shirley?
All right. Recent polls indicate
Are we doing
Amendment
rebuttals?
3.
Do we ask for those or?
No.
Okay.
We're moving on. Thank you.
Recent polls indicate Amendment 3, which would lift the statewide ban on abortion, is expected to pass. Mr. Hawley, if that happens, will you bring back your 2022 bill, which bans abortion nationally at 15 weeks, or support similar legislation? You have 90 seconds.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm glad you raised this issue because I know that this is on the minds of so many people around the state. And I want to just say a word first about Amendment 3. I want to level with everybody on this. I'm not going to vote for Amendment 3. And the reason is this. I mean, first of all, I'm pro-life. I believe in exceptions for rape, for incest, and for the life of the mother. I do think.
Yeah, I've also looked at some of the crosstabs in the polling that have come out from like the non-Democratic sponsors, and the crosstabs in this look bad. I'm just gonna say they look bad. Like the most recent poll that was done on this race notes that This poll has a threshold of 5% for inclusion in the crosstabs for unweighted sample of Black and Latino voters was not met, so they are not separately reported in the crosstabs. Which really, to me, kind of indicates, again, a persistent problem in a lot of the polling seems to be, like, inaccurate measurements of, like, minority voters and women. Like, it's kind of nuts. So I don't necessarily buy these polls that show that Holly is leading by 13, 15 points, etc.
That those decisions ought to be made by voters at the state level in most cases. But listen, Amendment 3 goes far beyond what I just said. Amendment 3 goes far beyond abortion. Read the language carefully. It never mentions the word woman. It says it is not limited to abortion. It says it is not limited to fertility. In fact, it says it encompasses all reproductive health services. I want to be clear about this. Amendment 3 would legalize sex change operations and transgender treatments for minors in the state of Missouri without parental consent.
What? I don't believe what he's saying.
I simply cannot support that. So I'm going to vote no on Amendment 3. Now, I know my opponent is for Amendment 3. He is for sex change operations for minors. He's for men and women's sports and men and women's bathrooms.
Again, keep in mind, folks, one of the least persuasive Republican arguments for their own electorate is transgender issues. Like, it is the least compelling argument that Republicans can field. It actively puts off a lot of Republican voters. This is doing him no favors.
Think that that is wrong for the state of Missouri. As to at the congressional level, what I would support is reasonable restrictions, like restrictions on partial birth abortion, restrictions on when the baby is able to feel pain. Beyond that, I think that the state voters ought to decide, which is what we're doing in Missouri. But I say again, I cannot support my opponent's position, which would legalize sex change operations for minors in Missouri without parental consent. I just think that's off target for our state.
Mr. Hawley, seeking clarification, the question is, will you bring back your 2022 bill, which bans abortion nationally at 15 weeks, or will you support similar legislation? That's the question, sir.
And what I stand by my answer, which is that I do not believe in a national abortion ban. I do support reasonable restrictions at the federal level, including restrictions on partial birth abortion and when the baby is capable of feeling pain, which is the legislation that you were just referring to. But I want to emphasize, I am not going to support legislation that will legalize sex change operations for minors and change our law in Missouri. I can't do that.
Mr. Hawley, thank you for your response. Mr. Coons, there is a patchwork of abortion amendment laws across the country. If elected, would you support a national standard for all states so women have equal access to reproductive care? You have 90 seconds.
Right now in Missouri, if you get raped, you have to carry that rapist's child. Plain and simple, that's it. There is no exception.
I mean, dude, he's going right for the jugular with the answer. Like, this guy is really good at this.
When that law came into effect, Josh Hawley said, and I quote, "Thank God," and he celebrated it. That is his true position on this thing outside of an election year. And it's even worse than that. The man has written articles where he says that the morning after pill and any type of contraception that prevent the implantation of a fertilized egg is the exact same thing as abortion, which of course he has called murder on the Senate floor. And that's not all. He wants to control us in literally every single aspect of our lives. He has said that we need to reconsider the wisdom of no-fault divorces because I guess he's tired of women getting out of unsafe marriages and abusive marriages. That is where this guy is on every single one of these issues. He wants to override the will of Missouri voters and voters in every other state.
Josh Hawley's dumb face while getting absolutely shellacked is it's sending me.
By, as you put it, he has already co-sponsored a national abortion ban. He has co-sponsored a national abortion ban because he thinks it's his job to decide how all of us get to live. I think Missourians are smart enough to make their own decisions without politicians like Josh Hawley coming in and telling us how to live. I will codify Roe versus Wade at the national level because I believe that Missourians have the right to do that. As for all this him saying sex change surgeries around every single quarter. It's ridiculous. The Missouri courts have looked at this and said that that's not true. You want a guy who can't shoot straight, it's this man right here.
Damn.
He will literally lie, cheat, steal, do anything he can to confirm his life's ambition, which is to make sure that there is no abortion, no contraception, or anything else. Women have to step aside, as he and Harrison Butker put it.
Mr. Coons, thank you for your response. Mr. Hawley, you have 30 seconds to respond.
Well, there's a lot of scattershot there. Let me just say this, that at the end of the day, I think it's absolutely vital that we protect our women and children in this state. And that's why I cannot support legislation that would allow sex change operations for minors without parental consent. Now, my opponent has supported it.
This is not a thing that is happening anywhere in the country. There is not a single minor that has gotten a sex change operation without parental consent in America. Like, absolutely not.
It's not just recently. He supported it for years.
He
supported men in women's locker rooms and men in
supported
women's
that.
sports. When he ran for the Senate last time, he endorsed both of those measures, and he endorsed the Democrats' national legislation earlier this year that would have imposed sex change operations for minors in Missouri.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Coons, you have 30 seconds to respond, sir.
Yeah, I've never endorsed any of those things. I've never supported them. Look, the guy, like I said, he sees sex change surgeries around every corner because that's his excuse to vote against a no exceptions abortion ban that would make someone carry a rapist child. That is his core belief. He's built a family business around it. He has an entire lifetime legacy of working toward that. He's not going to give it up. He will stand here and he will lie to make sure he can make that happen. He said on the Senate floor that he thinks he's the same as the abolitionists fighting against slavery on this movement. He will literally do and say anything to convince people otherwise.
Thank you both for your response. We're going to turn now to foreign policy. John?
And let's start in the Middle East, gentlemen.
Also, like, Coons is just so concise with his answers. Like, he's very economical with his language. He's making, like, every syllable count. It's like, this is a pitch perfect debate performance so far. This is amazing.
After Israel's recent airstrike in Iran, Iranian military leaders are promising, and I quote, bitter and unimaginable consequences. The U.S. has long supported Israel diplomatically and with resources, clearly the strongest ally we have in that region. But given the rising tensions, is there a tipping point with which you could support boots on the ground, combat troops from America to protect Israel? We'll start with you, Mr. Coons. You have 90 seconds.
As the only person up here who has been boots on the ground, you know, I led a police training team in Iraq. I had 12 Marines and a Navy corpsman, and my job was to run, plan, lead all of our missions, dozens of them outside the wire, and bring everybody home safe, which thank God we did. I deployed to Afghanistan twice, and unfortunately not everyone came home from those deployments, and I would just say the red line should be boots on the ground. We should never put boots on the ground in the Middle East ever again, and the troops that we have there right now should come home. We have wasted 20 years and what is it, $7 trillion over there when neighborhoods like the one I grew up in are falling apart. We are putting ourselves into a quagmire. The war in 2003 was for oil, something that we should never be fighting for. And you know, the most disappointing thing about this is that when Josh Hawley had the ability to undo this, to vote against extending the 2001 authorization for the use of military force, he didn't do it. He has made it so that we can be in forever wars, literally forever. And I think that's wrong. I think he doesn't get it because he doesn't understand the military. He doesn't understand what it's like to deploy, and we should never have boots on the ground there. I will say this, though. As far as October 7th is concerned, I think what happened was an absolute tragedy. I think Israel had a right to defend themselves, which you have seen. And I think what you've seen since then, though, with tens of thousands of civilians dying, is exactly what we learned in Iraq and Afghanistan. You know, it doesn't work. You can't just kill everybody. The Taliban still runs Afghanistan. Iraq still has ISIS running all over it. What we need to do is get to a negotiated ceasefire. That includes the return of the hostages, and we need to do that quickly.
Let's
Coons,
go.
thank you. Mr. Hawley, same question, essentially.
What a badass of a candidate here. I was not expecting a politician that I actually liked when I tuned into this debate. My highest aspiration was simply to see Josh Hawley rocked. And we're getting that, but he's getting rocked very hard. And Lucas Coons is just this is a dominant performance.
Is there a red line or a tipping point that would allow you to support boots on the ground combat troops from the U.S. in Israel? 90 seconds.
No, I would not support boots on the ground, and our ally Israel is not asking for that. It's the same reason that I haven't supported our policy in Ukraine, where we have spent $200 billion to date, and the tab continues to run. And I think military assistance there in terms of actual boots on the ground is a very real possibility. This is another area where my opponent and I have a difference. My opponent has said very clearly that he supports what we're doing in Ukraine. He supports the aid to Ukraine. He supports all the spending in Ukraine. I just think that that's a misfire, if you will, for this state, for this country, when our own border.
All Josh Hawley has is to try and remind everyone that there was a gun range incident. That's it. That's the only thing he's got.
Border isn't secure, when we have 15 million illegal immigrants flooding into our country, and here we are spending hundreds of billions of dollars. That's why I voted no on Ukraine funding over and over. My opponent sees it differently. Now let me just raise one other issue since we're talking about Israel, and that is, I don't think there should be a ceasefire until Israel has been able to secure its own borders and secure the safety of its people. And I would just note that my opponent, inexplicably to me, just a few weeks ago, compared the Israeli government to the terrorist Hamas. He said that they're morally equivalent. He said it right here in Missouri on a public.
What a badass! All right, Missouri, get out and vote for this guy. Get out there and vote for Lucas Coons. What are you doing, Missouri?
Public radio show. I just think that that's wrong. I think it's totally wrong. I disagree with it. I think we need to say now, with moral clarity, that our ally is.
Dude is condemning, like, the massacring of 40,000 civilians. I think that's good. Or at the very least, condemning the massacre of around 20,000 children, which is statistically who has been killed in Gaza so far. And also, like, calling for a ceasefire. Like, this is what we want.
Israel needs our support as they take on these terrorists and their
You're
borders.
taking time off to
and we need
get
to
out
be
the vote
clear
for
that there's
Kuntz?
no moral
Hell yeah,
equivalence
Paladin,
between
let's
Hamas
go!
and the people of Israel.
Mr. Hawley, thank you. Since you raised Ukraine, I want to give you, Mr. Kuntz, 15 seconds to explain your position on Ukraine.
Well, sure. I have never equated the Israel government to Hamas. That's a complete falsification of everything that I've ever stood for. As for Ukraine, it will take more than 15 seconds to answer this. Do you want to ask another question on it? I mean, here's the deal. Like, what I'm talking about is spending money in Ukraine. That $200 billion is keeping us from having boots on the ground. I have done arms control negotiations with NATO and Russia over there, for the Pentagon, for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Russia is a bad, aggressive actor. They've been building up their military for a long time, and they want to expand. Us supplying arms there is keeping us from having to have boots on the ground in a war with NATO. And if you want to see something that's going to cost a lot more than $200 billion, more than any of us can afford, it's a war where we have to put boots on the ground with Russia.
Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. We're moving on to party politics.
Mr. Hawley, we want to start with you. In 2020, you were the first to object to the certification of the election results. Later, in a podcast, your former mentor, former Republican U.S. Senator John Danforth said he believes, quote, you set the stage for the January 6th insurrection. Do you feel any responsibility for the violence that unfolded? You have 90 seconds.
Thank you very much. You know, what I feel responsibility for is defending our Constitution, which is what I was doing on that day. Listen, my view is this: one person, one vote. Every vote ought to count equally, and I believe firmly in election integrity. And what we saw 4 years ago was one state in particular, the state of Pennsylvania, to which I objected, not follow the rules of our Constitution. Ballots were returned after they had been.
By the way, this fist pump is how Josh Hawley reacted to the mob. He was supportive of the January 6th protesters. Like, Here is an interview with the photographer. Hawley said that the picture doesn't show him encouraging the criminality at all. What do you make of that statement? I know you can't be inside his head, but you were there. As you said yourself, I can't get into his head, and I can't get into the heads of the people who he was gesturing at the moment the photo was taken. So I don't know that I can comment on whether or not he was. I would say, from the way I saw it, from the way the picture speaks for itself, there's a clear show of support from Senator Hawley to the Trump supporters gathered at the time, still even in an almost placid manner. I'd been having some problems finding interesting photos because it was a pretty sedate protest up to that point. All I can attest to is that there was a show of solidarity from Hawley to those people. The violent attack on the Capitol happened later. By the time I finished filing, I started seeing policemen running. I remember getting a text from a friend alerting me to the fact of what was going on. Like, things are getting a little out of control, maybe we should get you out of there. And by the time I got back inside, the security perimeter had been breached and all hell broke loose. At which point, I proceeded to try to document it as much as I could see. Yeah. The fact that this dude still holds political office is like an indictment against our entire country.
Already counted. Votes were cast after...
Wasn't he one of the people who ran tours the days before January 6th? Yes, I believe he was.
The election was finished. Pennsylvania changed its voting procedures in the middle of the election. The Supreme Court, our Supreme Court, has been very clear that those are due process violations. And my view is we should stand up and object to that. So that's what I did. But listen, I know that not everybody agrees with me. I'll just say this. You'll always know where I stand. When I take a position, I stand by it. When I'm criticized for it, I stand by it. Now, my opponent has criticized me very sharply and President Trump for everything involving the election integrity stand those years ago. He's called me an enemy of the people.
The election integrity stand. You tried to overthrow democracy, you weaselly fuck.
He's called President Trump an enemy of the people and criminals. But now I notice my opponent also is running millions of dollars in advertisements that feature President Trump and seem to suggest he might vote for him. And so I just think it's a fair question to ask. Is Lucas Kunce voting for Donald Trump after calling him an enemy of the people, or is he voting for Kamala Harris? I think an important part of service to our state is leveling with the people of our state.
Mr. Hawley, speaking of Kamala Harris, if Kamala Harris wins the election 5 days from now, will you vote to certify the results? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, certainly I will, so long as the Constitution's followed. Listen, what happened 4 years ago is something I have to say I've never seen happen in American life before, to have a state that actually changes the rules of voting during and even after the election. As I say, I believe that's a due process clause violation, and I had to cast a vote on it. So I will always defend the Constitution of the United States, but you'll always know where you stand. I mean, listen, I'll be honest with you. When I take a position, I stick to it. If you criticize me for it, I'll stick to it. I don't know that my opponent can say the same, and I think he owes us an explanation now of who he's voting for in this election.
Mr. Hawley, your time is up, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Kunce, you have 30 seconds for rebuttal.
Josh Hawley incited a riot. It led to 174 police officers being injured, led to countless civilian injuries and several deaths. He's spinning up here, clutching his pearls about a shooting range incident, and he can't take accountability for that. When he says you can always know where he stands and that he doesn't change his position, fine. Let's believe him on that on abortion. Let's believe him on that on contraception when he said that he believes contraception is the same thing as abortion. And he has literally taken that vote. He has voted not to protect contraception in the United States Senate on the Senate floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kunce. I have a question for you now. You are the Democratic nominee from Missouri for U.S. Senate. Despite repeated attempts by reporters and your opponent, Josh Hawley, you have not publicly shown support for the Democratic nominee for president. Will you tell voters who you are voting for November 5th? You have 90 seconds.
I didn't get into this race to decide who the president was going to be. I want to make sure that when I'm in the U.S. Senate, I can work with any president from any party to secure the border, to invest in Missouri, and to bring money back home. Plain and simple, that's what I want to do. I have enough problems, going around this state trying to meet everybody here and introduce myself to them, tell them about my background, tell them how I grew up here, my family going bankrupt from medical bills, and the way I've served them in my entire life in the United States Marine Corps. My entire job that I see as a U.S. Senator is to bring money back to this state and protect the people in this state. I take after Roy Blunt on that. You know, our former Senator Roy Blunt, Republican, he brought more than $300 million a year back to the state every single year. Josh Hawley brings back $0 every single year. He has plenty of time.
Bringing it back to that point, I think that's always going to be very effective, because it contrasts Hawley with another Republican, and basically is like, even by Republican standards, Josh Hawley is terrible. You know, it's an effective rhetorical point.
To write self-help books about manhood. Look it up on Amazon. He wrote a book called Manhood, The Masculine Virtues America Needs, where he tells everybody that to be more like a better man, you just need to be more like him, right? He's got time to do that, but he doesn't have time to bring a single dollar back to this state. He doesn't have time to come here. He comes here, a recent report said, maybe 6 times a year. And when he does, he jets around in a Gulfstream 4 and doesn't get down and meet people, doesn't get down and see what the problems are. Again, this entire race for me is about this state I've spent my life honoring, serving, and protecting in the United States Marine Corps. I will bring that money back. I will do everything I can to work with any president from any party or any member of Congress from any party to bring money back home, invest in this state, and make life better for the people in my old neighborhood who took care of my family when we went bankrupt from medical bills.
So, Mr. Coons, are you telling voters tonight that you will not support Kamala Harris, the proposed head of the Democratic Party, your party? You have 30 seconds.
I'm telling you that I am not going to decide for other people who they're voting for. I'm not going to make this a national election. Josh Hawley wants this to be about national politics because he knows he's deeply unpopular here. He knows he never comes here. He knows he doesn't bring any money here, right? Again, that's not what it's about for me. It's not about choosing the president. It's about making sure that I can work with any president of any party to invest in this state and take care of the people here.
So to clarify, does that mean there is a possibility you could vote for Donald Trump on Election Day? You have 15 seconds.
Well, I don't think there's any more clarification other than saying that this race is not about national politics for me. I'm not going to address the national side of that because this race for me is all about Josh Hawley.
Honestly, like, this is probably the smartest answer to give. Like, outside of just saying my vote is my business and nobody else's. You know, like, I think he's actually handling this very well.
Neglect for this state and what I'm going to do to make life better for the people.
Yeah, no, he's going to vote for Kamala Harris. That's obvious, but like, it's a deeply red state. So it might harm his chances of getting office if he commits one way or the other, obviously.
Here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Coons. Mr. Hawley, you have 30 seconds for rebuttal.
To answer your question, Doodleburb, this was my preliminary map. This is my best estimate of how things are going to shake out on Tuesday. This was before polling from Iowa dropped, but I feel fairly confident in this particular map that shows a 319. I don't think that there is really a shot or a viable path for Donald Trump to win the election at this point. After the Iowa polling dropped, this was my revised map. Because again, if you get a swing of 7 to 13 points, this is what the map looks like. Like, if the Iowa polling showed that the aggregate polling, at least in Iowa, was off by around 7 to 13 points, if that is indicative of where the rest of the country is, this is the kind of swing you're looking at. The Seltzer poll is considered the gold standard of polling. It's why every single polling nut and electoral, like, lunatic, you know, the people who really focus on that stuff went nuts when the Seltzer poll dropped the other day. It's a big deal. And again, historically, when the Seltzer poll comes out and it contradicts all the other polling, the Seltzer poll has been correct. So that's why people are kind of freaking out. But everyone still has to vote. Yeah, everyone still has to go vote. And there are some even rosier predictions from Tricolor Analytics. But I did a video that everyone should go watch. The case for Kamala Harris winning the 2024 election. It's over on the YouTube channel. Go check it out. It's good. It's very comprehensive. Talk with some election analysts. It's good. That's because she lied. That'd be a very weird thing to do when her entire career is built on accurate polling, despite sometimes bucking the overall trend. Also, buy the fucking dip. Can you prove that? Because that'd be really interesting. I'd be interested. Can you demonstrate that the Seltzer polling is full of lies? I'd love to see that. I would a news story that she lied. You read a news story that she lied? I would find I want to know more. Where'd you read that? Like where can I find this news article? I'm interested. I'll drop everything right now to go look at it. Some account on X. Are you like the dumbest motherfucker that has ever been born? Like, you realize your citation there was just some guy. Like that's like coming into my chat and being like, well, Bill from the corner store said that it was all made up. So, you know, it was made up. Like that, you realize that's literal, like, nincompoop talk, right? Now, if you want to say that it's an outlier, it is an outlier. The reason that it makes for an interesting outlier is because the Seltzer poll has been correct in the past when it's been an outlier. There's a video you can judge for yourself. Which Twitter account? Which video? You know, I feel like I'm asking some pretty basic questions, and then you're like, well, it was just some account on Twitter. She's a biased lefty. She's accurately predicted all of the previous Republican wins in the state, man. So, which video? I'll cover it right now. I'll do it right now. Fuck it, I'll do it live. Tell me the Twitter account. I'll go to the Twitter account, find the video, we'll cover it live. See, it must have been pretty compelling. You brought it up. Tom Elliott. Okay. Let's see. Tom Elliott Twitter. Okay. Is it this Tom Elliott? This one? Is this correct? Yes? Okay, so one thing I just want to note right off the bat before we even really dive into this is that the very first word of the bio is that this person's biased. So I'm just noting that. I'm not dismissing the claims yet, but that seems like a weird thing to choose to believe in. But okay, let's go take a look here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So, political genius Ann Seltzer appears to be confused over what the R and D letters refer to in the polling crosstabs. All right. What show is this from, though?
Right. Okay. So Noah, are you able to put up that tweet? Maybe it's up and I can't see it because
It's
I'm on
up.
live. It's up. All right. Ann, are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just go through and say what you think about those criticisms?
Well,
I just want to note that the Ryan James Gerdusky is a white supremacist. The tweet up here is a white supremacist who formerly wrote for Richard Spencer, a neo-Nazi who helped organize the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally. And that was intended to bring together multiple Nazi groups. So just as an FYI, that this guy that's on screen in the tweet is a Nazi, but whatever. We'll continue.
I'm trying. This is in a format that's a little difficult for me to see. What does this D represent and the R represent?
D. So they're saying that, and again, he says read through the Seltzer crosstabs.
Yeah.
So they're saying that they know that this poll shows, and again, it's they say your sample it's more 3% more Democrats than Republican, whereas the electorate last time was 8% more Republican. It says that you have.
Okay. It's not that she didn't understand what D and R mean in political crosstabs. It means that what is the comparison here? D plus 3, R plus 8. What is this? Because wasn't Gerdusky the guy who threatened Mehdi Hasan? Yes, he was. He's the guy who just got kicked off CNN.
Indy's voting Democrat +4, whereas last time they voted for +7, +4. So they're saying if you compare what you have with what happened in 20, according to the exit polls, it's way too big a change across all these groups in a uniform way towards pro-Harris as opposed to Trump.
Yeah. Well, this is the first time I'm seeing this, and so it's sort of against my nature to think I understand everything that this is saying, and I haven't cross-checked these numbers to know how that actually pans out. But I'm going to say that it is clear that senior women are an advantage to Kamala Harris in our poll. Kamala Harris wins by more than 2-1, actually, maybe even more than that among senior women. It's a big, big spread. So I don't know. I mean, the truth of it.
Okay, so the video that you're referring to appears to be a segment of this video, which is from a YouTube channel called Two Way, which is they interview her for about an hour here on the results. But what point do you think that made? Wait, dude, are you really arguing that you look at her and you just think that she's a lefty? That's your main argument here, isn't it? You just look at her and you're like, "Oh, she's a lefty." And so you're trying to dismiss her polling results. That's crazy. You know that, right? Let me put it this way. That would be as crazy as me going "Oh, the guy you said you cited for your reasoning has bias in the bio? Huh, we got to throw that out." You understand that, right? You mean they took a snip and tried to make a point? About what? What was the point that was made there by the fucking dip? What was the point? There wasn't one. They wrote the point. The point that they tried to make here was that she didn't know what a Republican or a Democrat was, which is just, frankly, really stupid and clearly not true. She's been working in politics for the last 12 years. She knows what the two political parties are. So, like, what is your argument? Because it really seems like it just boils down to, oh, she's a lady, and I think she's a lefty. Breaking, Rasmussen's head pollster, Mark Mitchell, suggests Trump is poised to secure a landslide victory that could resemble Ronald Reagan. You know, I'm going to copy and paste this because it's clearly what you did, but I'm going to do it into Google to see where the fuck you're getting this from. All right. Jonathan Weissman.
Right.
Look,
Okay. So Noah, are you?
God. All right. Looks like it's coming from this. Rasmussen's head pollster, Mark Mitchell, suggests Trump is poised to secure a landslide. Let's see. Okay. Oh. It's from this again. Okay. Where does he suggest that? Because I'm going to note something that this tweet does not actually cite where that was said. Like, final electoral map based on Atlas Intel polls. Most accurate pollster of the 2020 election, Trump 296, Harris 242. Look, all I'm going to tell you is that the Seltzer poll is far more indicative of where Iowa's going than the aggregate polling of Atlas Intel. And the issue that you're running into here, and that I tried to explain to you earlier, is that if the polling is wrong in aggregate, if it's in aggregate, not taking into account minority voters or women appropriately, then it could be off by an astonishing amount of accuracy. So the issue that you're running into here is that you're looking at, again, Atlas Intel polling, which is, again, relying on aggregate polling, which isn't necessarily accurate. If the Seltzer poll is demonstrating inaccuracy in the other polling, demonstrating a herding bias, then the problem you're running into here is that any aggregate polling is also going to display that herding bias. Can't find any other poll that doesn't have Trump winning except that one lady. There's a lot of polling that indicates Harris is doing just fine. I think you're in a conservative bubble, my friend. And I guess we'll find out on Tuesday. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. But, like, you're being really belligerent in a way that demonstrates a deep level of irrationality on your part. Did you notice the tweet they were looking at was comparing the 2020 election results to her 2024 polling data? It doesn't make any sense to do that. No, it doesn't. If anything, it just demonstrates a shift over the course of the last 4 years. I'm not in a bubble, just saying what I'm finding. Yeah, but the stuff you're finding is from inside your bubble, man. Like, it's okay to admit you have a bias. The guy you literally recommended this post from says that he's biased in his bio. So, like, you can admit you have a bias. You have your bubble. The stuff you're finding is inside your bubble. It's all good. It's how our bias works. Except the issue that you need to run into here is that the Seltzer poll isn't like a lefty bubble issue. That is the poll. It's the poll that every single person that is into polling or election data pays attention to every single election cycle. That's the problem. Like, it's hard to just dismiss that. Because again, in the past, when it has been the outlier poll, it's been correct. I'm here to listen to other opinions. Well, then listen to what I'm telling you. Which is just that historically, when the Seltzer poll runs counter to the other polling data we have, it comes out the other side as the most correct poll. So, that's all I'm saying. And I've done my best to like listen to what you're saying, but you're just like throwing random tweets at me with zero context. And like the one video I looked at from you didn't make any amount of sense or argument. The main argument you tried to make was that one of the most respected pollsters in America from the past decade of plus of polling is a lefty because she looks like one and doesn't know what Democrats or Republicans are, which is just like, those are bad arguments, man. Those are bad arguments. When all the pollsters in 2020 were giving Biden landslide polls, Seltzer came out with one that signaled it was way closer than expected. Was she a right-wing op then? Maybe. Maybe when she called Iowa for like 8 years in a row, maybe she was a right-wing op at that point. Who knows? Anyway, fun stuff. We're going back into the debate. Let's go. Seltzer's poll shows Vice President Kamala Harris leading Trump 47-44 in Iowa. Yeah. Which is a swing of 7. It's a swing of 10 points with a plus or minus of 3. So again, if it is correct and it does show that Iowa has swung that much away from the polling and that level of incorrectness is indicative of where all the other polling in the country is at, Republicans have a real problem. Where are you getting 13 points, though? My understanding is that the previous polling showed Trump up 7 points in Iowa. So if it goes from 7 to 3, that's 10, and then it's plus minus 3. I don't know where the other 3 points are coming from. How do we know what accurate polls are immune to survivorship bias? Well, generally speaking, like, if it is accurate over and over and over again, demonstrably, then yeah. Oh, compared to the 2020 results. Okay. I was comparing it to previous results from the polling. Gotcha. It is a swing of like 7 to 13 points from previous polls in the state. Yeah, I think she's gonna win. Iowa's 40% R to 39% Dems in early voting. Is that true? Ba-ba-ba. Where are you getting that from? Oh, okay. Iowa was plus 10 R in 2020. Gotcha. Yeah, NBC's website. NBC early voting Iowa. Do, 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 do. Okay, but here's the problem that you're running into. Here's the problem that you're running into. I see where you're getting this data, and I'm just going to throw it out there. The problem you're running into is assuming that everyone who is a registered Democrat and everyone who's a registered Republican are only going to vote Democrat or Republican respectively, which is not how elections work. You don't know exactly who is voting for who. You can be a registered Democrat and vote Republican. You can be a registered Republican and vote Democrat. This is not a basis to know who's voting who. Yeah. So in order to adjust those early votes to account for the theory that R's are voting D, how do you get such a huge point lead? With polling. You poll people in the state. You poll a statistically representative representation of the state. Like, you can look at what the Seltzer methodology is. You can dig into that. But I'm going to tell you, if you dig into that, you're going to find that it's some of the most thorough. And the thing about the Seltzer poll that makes it unique is that she polls likely voters. One of the few pollsters in America that actually asks, are you likely to vote? Polling is now more accurate than early voting reporting. But that's the thing. Do you know what the vote tallies are? But by the fucking dip, do you know what the vote tallies are? Like, do you think those votes have been counted? Because I'm about to tell you, they haven't been counted yet. They don't get counted until election night. So you have no idea who's voting for who. You have a rough idea. But part of the thing is that there are plenty of registered Republicans who vote Democrat, and a slightly smaller amount of Democrats who vote Republican. The issue is this particular election cycle is going to see a lot of defections from Republican registrants voting Democrat, largely along lines like abortion. Republican women still want abortion to be legal. It's kind of a whole thing. That's why in the Seltzer polling, it indicates that women are especially senior women, who again are more likely to be conservative, are breaking for Kamala Harris. Simple question: in order to get the lead the lady is suggesting by polling, how many of those R's would have to vote D? Quite a few. That's what the polling is. That's what the polling is showing. Like two-thirds of senior women are voting for Kamala, according to the polling. Like, that is a huge number of likely voters. Yeah, I don't think you're getting it. Yeah, the demographic shifts make sense. I'm sorry you're having a hard time with the math here. I guess I could agree if the polling showed a breakdown of R's voting for D. That's what it shows. That's what it shows. That's what the Seltzer poll demonstrates. That's what we've been trying to tell you. The polling is demonstrating that break. If the polls show that, it wouldn't be a what if. Then you would know, right? You don't know until election night. But yeah, I think the polling does show that, which is why I made a 2-hour video about how Kamala Harris is going to win the election. That's why my last stream was titled Kamala Harris is going to win. That's why I tweeted out this stream by saying Kamala Harris is going to win. I think even in a conservative estimate, by my calculations, by my analysis, Kamala Harris wins this election, even if the Iowa poll isn't indicative. God, everyone's afraid to believe the good news. It's true, Hypervisor. It's true. You mean they don't count the votes until the day the votes all come in? True. Anyway. Going back in.
Well, listen, it sounds awfully politician-y, doesn't it? I mean, Lucas Kuntz has run for...
It's still a lot of speculation based on extrapolating one state poll to the nation. Can I... Am I going to be able to finish any of this goddamn content that I'm trying to do before election day? I guess the answer is no. We're just going to go in circles about the election numbers that I've talked about for hours upon hours now. All right. Again, I think that the landslide blowout scenario is one where the Iowa poll is extrapolated to the country. I give that about a 15% chance. Okay? I give that about a 15% chance of happening. It's not my main guesstimate of what's going to happen on election day. My main guesstimate is likely that she wins all the swing states. And maybe Iowa now, okay? Like, maybe Iowa. That has been my guesstimate. I think she's going to win like 319 electoral votes, and that's going to be more than good enough to secure victory, okay? That has been my main guesstimate this entire time. I talked about it. I've talked about it at length multiple times. It's just that people are really interested in the Iowa polling, and I'm just trying to say, if it is indicative, which is the main point, if it is indicative, then X happens. Okay? Is that hard to understand? Are people having trouble following an if-then statement? Because I feel like it shouldn't be difficult to understand, and I feel like a lot of people aren't getting it. Ay. Okay, it's not hard to understand. Nice. Good. It's the first time I've heard 15% chance. Yeah, it's a... God damn it. I'm losing it, bro. I feel like I've made this point while you've been in chat. So I'm going to make it one more time before I lose it. And if people keep pushing these buttons, people are going to start getting banned, okay? I've been working for like 20 hours straight. All right? I'm losing it. All right? Pulling it up one more time. Okay? This is what I think a conservative estimate of the outcome of this election looks like. Plus or minus in Iowa. All right? This is my conservative estimate of how this shakes out on Tuesday. This is what I think like baseline outcome of this election is. This one is the 15% scenario where the Iowa poll is indicative. Okay? if Iowa's polling is indicative of a national bias, you start seeing insane, crazy things happen, like Texas going blue, because again, you have to swing each of these states by about 7 to 13 points. The other thing, by the fucking dip, the other thing is that, frankly, there's no get out the vote ground game in any of these states for Donald Trump. That's why Elon Musk is using America PAC to kidnap canvassers. Okay? PA's blue. PA's blue. It's why Donald Trump pulled out of PA this week. It's why he canceled a bunch of appearances and diverted resources away from it. It's because PA's going blue, folks. But this is the 15% chance scenario. This is like the 85% chance scenario. Texas and yeah, no, you're not fucking listening. You're not fucking listening. Jesus Christ. Like, is it really that difficult to understand that if there is a 13-point swing in Texas in favor of Democrats, it goes blue? If there's a 13% swing in Florida in favor of Democrats, it goes blue. Is it really that crazy and hard to understand that math? It's not difficult math. It's basic. It's basic bitch math. Do you understand basic mathematics? Do you understand that? If Harris wins, can we watch Doyle shit himself? I'd love that. No, Doodleburb, you're fine, because when I answer a question you ask, you have the ability to understand the words I use. But other people just don't get it. Ay, ay, ay. Selectively obtuse. Yeah, imagine citing a guy who's like, I'm biased in his bio, and then saying, this is a good point. And the point that's being made is that the most respected pollster in America is like too dumb to understand what a Democrat or a Republican are. Like, fuck. How do you even type words? How do you string them together? Like, how many sections of your brain have been, like, sucked up by, I don't know, your crypto farm or whatever? Who then points to a Nazi writer or whatever? Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Good golly. The other frustrating part is that I literally recorded like a 3-hour-long conversation the other day about this, put it up on YouTube, and why even bother? All right. Jumping back in, we're gonna finish this debate over my dead body, apparently. Here we go.
Office for 20 years, 4 or 5 different offices, And I have to say that this is a pattern. Back in 2020, when he was running for a different office, he wouldn't say who he was going to support for president then either. In 2023, he wouldn't say whether or not he wanted Joe Biden to run for re-election. Now he won't tell
Senator
Missouri
Rito, thank
who
you
he's
for the
voting for.
300 biddies.
Listen, I'll just say this again. You may not agree with me on every position that I take, but when I take a position, I'll be honest with you about it, and I will stick to it. And I just think that part of service is being willing to take a stand, hold to it under fire, and explain yourself.
Thank you for your answer. We're going to move on now to the border crisis, John.
Immigration, another issue that is at the top of many voters' lists if you look at the polls. Mr. Hawley, you voted against 2 border funding bills, 2019.
No, Fox of Fate, what I need to do is sleep and get subs and donos. And for people to hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube and the like button on the YouTube stream. I need all of those. Consider dropping those subs and donos too, because my blood pressure will need medical attention at some point.
And then another one this year. One bill allowed 1.5 million migrants into the U.S. each year, but would also fund an additional 1,500 agents and officers at the border to protect that border. And what do you say to voters who will say, you know what, let's do something rather than do nothing? How do you respond to that? You have 90 seconds.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Listen, I want to talk about this bill that I voted against and that my opponent is very much for. Let me explain the details. This bill would have allowed 5,000 illegal immigrants to cross the border every single day. This bill would have forced taxpayer funding for lawyers for illegals. There's no way I'm going to vote for that. That would have made the crisis so much worse. What we need to do is close the border. What we need to do is reinstate the Remain in Mexico program. What we need to do is allow ICE to deport illegal immigrants who are criminals in this country, including, I'm sad to say, many who have committed crimes here in the state of Missouri. Now, my opponent and I just have a difference on this. My opponent was for that bill I just described. Last time he ran for the Senate, that was 2 years ago, he said he was for amnesty. He said that he was for no border wall. He also has said that he wants to give illegals Social Security and Medicare once he gives them amnesty. I can't tell you how wrong I think all of that is. I think it's totally off target for the state of Missouri. And I'm certainly not going to support legislation that would open up our border. What we need to do is what I said, close the border, reinstitute Remain in Mexico, put President Trump's policies back in place.
Mr. Hawley, thank you. Mr. Kuntz, similar topic, different approach here. You say you'll work with whomever is elected president on securing the border. If that's true, does that mean you would support President Trump's position on mass deportation of migrants who have crossed the border illegally? You have 90 seconds.
Sure, I'd just like to address something first. Josh Hawley claims that I've been running for Senate for 20 years, or whatever he's claiming. You know, I was in active duty Marine Corps for 13 years. I've been in the reserves for another 3. And during that time, I actually went to the border. I've trained at the border as a U.S. Marine. You know, I mentioned earlier that I deployed to Iraq, where I led a police training team.
Hey, you're a scented kitten. Thank you for the $5 dono. Keeping me alive, one dono at a time. Thank you so goddamn much.
Before I led that police training team, I was scheduled to lead a border team. And so I went down to the southern border in Arizona. I trained with the Border Patrol there. I was certified by the Border Patrol Tactical Unit. Like, I know what's going on there. I have seen it. I haven't just done a field trip like this guy. And I can tell you right now, there's some very simple things that we have to do immediately. We have to stop the flow of fentanyl. We have to end this disastrous catch and release program that we have in place. And we need to fully fund and equip Border Patrol. Josh Hawley has voted against every single one of those things over and over.
Okay, he's not great on border, but you know, like yeah, you know, he is good on Gaza, I guess. So
over and over again. I mentioned Roy Blunt earlier. When Roy Blunt negotiated a border bill that Donald Trump signed into law, Josh Hawley voted against it. Fentanyl, the #1 killer of Missourians 44 and under, there was a bill to fund fentanyl scanners at the border. Josh Hawley voted against that. He doesn't care about keeping us safe.
Is the border safe? Yeah.
When the guys that I trained with at the border endorsed the most recent bill because it was going to fully fund and equip Border Patrol, Josh Hawley voted against that too. He doesn't care about keeping us safe. In fact, his reason for voting against these things was that he didn't think it was his job. It was the president's job. I know that's not the case. I am going to work, like I said, with any president to do those 3 things that I just said that will secure the border.
I appreciate the discussion you just had and what you do support, but my question was, would you support, if President Trump is elected, mass deportation?
The
30
money,
seconds, please.
The money that would cost is unbelievable. I think that what we need to do first is we need to secure the border, and then we can see about other things. And securing the border includes what I just talked about: stopping the flow of fentanyl, ending the Biden administration's terrible catch and release program, and fully funding and equipping the Border Patrol. Like, that's it. Those are very simple, straightforward solutions that I should be able to work with any president on. Again, Josh Hawley said it just wasn't his job. He said, oh, that's the president's job. That's not true. I don't think a member of Congress should ever abdicate their job to keep the people in the state safe. But he did that because he wanted to keep it as a campaign issue.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. I want to shift gears here a bit and ask you, as a member of the Senate Foreign Policy Leadership on the Hill, how do you get Mexico involved in this, in securing the border? What do you do to lean on that country?
Yeah, terrific question, and this is where
to lean on them, like we're gangsters.
President Trump had tremendous success just a few years ago before Kamala Harris. And
you know, look, Coons has been absolutely dominating this debate for the last 25 minutes. Let's even say 30 minutes. He's not going to be perfect on every issue. He's running in Missouri, all right?
Joe Biden repealed all of his policies. He had gotten Mexico to agree to what's called the Remain in Mexico policy. Here's the gist of it. If you want to apply for asylum in the United States, you can do that, but first you have to wait in Mexico until your asylum claims are adjudicated. I think that's exactly right. Now, my opponent, once again, when he ran for Senate just 2 years ago, he said that he was against a border wall. We'll put this all up on social media right now. Look for yourself. He's for amnesty. He has sharply criticized President Trump's policies. I just think his position's off target.
Mr. Kuntz, if you find your way into the Senate and part of foreign policy leadership, how do you convince Mexico to help secure the border?
Well, I have supported the Remain in Mexico policy. I think that it's fine. I think you go through a lot of countries to get to the United States, and I don't think that you should automatically be granted entry just because you apply for asylum. So I'm not against that. Like this.
That's how you get asylum. You get asylum by entering the United States. It's literally part of the process. But okay.
This is where Josh Hawley makes up things about me over and over and over again, right? Because he knows that we're gaining ground.
Look, I know what Kuntz is doing here. I know this is a position that he largely has to adopt in order to maintain support against Hawley. I get it. I still don't like hearing it.
He knows that he hasn't delivered for this state, and he's trying to distract, and he's trying to make things up. You know, he's got a super PAC spending millions of ads, funded by a bunch of zillionaires against me. He's only run negative ads against me, nothing about his own record because he hasn't accomplished anything, and that includes failing to secure the border.
Let's come back to the economy and talk specifically about Social Security. Mr. Kuntz, we'll start with you here. According to the Congressional Budget Office, Social Security will essentially be insolvent by the year 2034. How would you make Social Security sustainable and yet not add to the nearly $36 trillion United States debt that we have right now? 90 seconds.
This is where Josh Hawley and I feel very, very differently. You know, he said in an AARP study, or an AARP survey, that he believes we should raise the age limit on Social Security and that we should reduce the benefit. I don't agree with that. What I think we should do is we should raise the cap on Social Security taxes so that everybody, no matter how much you're paying, pays the exact same amount into Social Security tax. That'll get us a lot of years, and it's exactly what we want to do. And the reason I take that position is because of the neighborhood that I grew up in. I grew up in a working class neighborhood in this state. And again, my family went bankrupt from medical bills there, and the people there on Social Security were many of the ones who made food for us and brought it by our house. He wants to take away their ability to do that. He has waged war on working people his entire career. I mean, let's look at what he did as our Attorney General, right? In the 3 hot seconds, he was our Attorney General before running for Senate, which Mr. Straight Shooter over here said he wasn't going to do, but did anyway. When he was our Attorney General, he led a lawsuit that took away overtime pay for more than 200,000 Missourians.
Another
he also
effective
got
attack.
rid of the division of that office that kept us safe from the massive corporations that funded his campaign. Now, on Social Security, he's going to pretend to care about it because 5 out of every 6 years he doesn't, but when election year comes around, he does care about it. But those other years, he wants to hand the keys over to Goldman Sachs. He wants to privatize it. He wants to make Rick Scott the architect of destroying Social Security, the Senate Majority Leader, which is exactly what's going to happen if Josh Hawley wins this race and Rick Scott becomes our Senate Majority Leader. He refuses to protect anyone who didn't grow up like him.
Mr. Coons, thank you. Mr. Hawley, how do you make Social Security sustainable by 20?
I can't remember who said it in chat, but someone mentioned that Holly does the Tucker Carlson face in this debate, and I can't stop seeing it. I can't stop seeing it. So accurate, so irritating.
2034.
Okay, well, there's a lot of
90 seconds.
Was it
thank
you,
you.
B?
There's a lot of tall tales being told tonight, I guess appropriately for Halloween. Let's see if we can separate a little fact from fiction. First of all, here's what I would start by never doing. I would never give Social Security to illegal immigrants. I would never.
Undocumented immigrants don't get Social Security. What are you talking about? What are you flapping your gums about, man?
Never give 15, 20 million illegal immigrants in this country amnesty, which my opponent, sadly, has said over and over that he supports. And I wouldn't give Medicare to illegal immigrants either. To protect our Social Security program, we've got to make sure that the people who paid into it actually keep everything they paid in. And by the way, that's why I oppose, and always have, raising the retirement age or any cuts to any benefits of any kind for Social Security. Now, if you want to know how to save Social Security, the answer is start cutting things like the 87,000 IRS agents that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have spent billions of dollars on, and by the way, which my opponent supports. But more than anything else, we have got to make sure that Social Security is there for every American worker who paid into it. And we can start by ensuring illegal immigrants never get it. And we never, ever, ever give them amnesty.
Thank you both. We're going to stay with the economy, only talk about green energy. Shirley.
All right, John, thanks so much. Mr. Hawley, you are trying to block a green energy deal that would take Missouri farmers' land through eminent domain for a power corridor that cuts across the state. However, it would create 1,500 construction jobs and result in about $6 billion in energy savings over 15 years. What do you say to the people who would benefit from this? You have 60 seconds.
Well, sadly, I think the people who would benefit from it are the corporations who are making all of the money. We're talking about the Grain Belt Express. Here's what you need to know.
Wait. Why would $6 billion in energy savings be bad?
These corporations want to use Missouri as their ground to rake cash out of all of our farmers. They want to take farms using eminent domain. You're absolutely right.
Corporations can't take farms from via eminent domain. That's not how eminent domain works. What are you talking about, Josh?
I have opposed this. I think it is vital we protect our
six billion woke jobs. Oh, I forgot. Okay, if they're woke jobs, they don't count.
Farmers' land, that we protect family farmers' ability to exist. Agriculture is our number one industry, and I will always support it. And yes, I am a critic of the Green New Deal in general. I know my opponent and I.
Man, saving $6 billion in energy every year. That would be what a terrible fate for Missourians.
Differ on this. My opponent has a plan that he wrote.
What are woke jobs? It's the joke is that woke job doesn't make any sense. There are just jobs.
You can read it, the American Prospect Magazine, 2021, where he says he wants to eliminate all fossil fuels. That is oil, diesel, gas, and the biofuels that we blend right here in the state of Missouri.
Oh, you mean all of those things that are being burned and are slowly killing the planet? So he wants to make sure that there's a planet in like 200 years? That's great.
He also says in that same plan he wants to force a transition to electric vehicles.
Forcing a transition? The Biden feminization camps?
I just think that this is totally wrong, totally off target for the state of Missouri. And yes, I oppose it. And yes, I will fight to defend our family farms.
Thank you so much for your response. Mr. Coons, you are...
Our family farms. And let me be clear. I'm pretty sure Josh Hawley, when he says family farms, he's talking about like the billionaire family that has bought up like 90% of like the farmland in the state. So some like ridiculous like number like that. It's a family business. Meanwhile, they're charting a profit of like $20 billion a year.
Proponent of renewable energy. What do you say to the farmers whose land will be taken to create a green energy corridor and to neighbors?
Isn't Hawley a carpetbagger? Why, yes, he is.
Who have windmills and solar panels placed in their communities. You have 60 seconds.
What I am a proponent of is putting America first in the international energy sphere. You know, currently, our energy is run by a Saudi cartel.
Ethriel, you joke about about Republicans complaining about like going electric as feminizing cars, but unironically, conservatives believe that electric cars are more feminine than like gas cars. It's insane.
Manipulated by the multinational corporations who fund Josh Hawley's campaigns. They own us at the gas pump. We are at their bidding. We are at their mercy. And what I see coming right now is that the United States is not making the investments in the next generation of energy and manufacturing, and China is. And what we're going to end up happening if we don't do something, if we don't invest in this next generation of energy and manufacturing, and do it right here in the Midwest, our Saudi cartel is going to be replaced with a cartel led by China. And America will never, ever be the same because we will be on our knees for Chinese energy. I never, ever want that to happen. I agree with President Trump that America needs to be first in energy and that this is a path that we can invest in, we can defeat them, we can make sure that we're in control of that and are never at their knees. Josh Hawley doesn't care. Josh Hawley is owned by multinational energy corporations. I've never taken a single dime from a fossil fuel executive. I just don't do it. Same as Big Pharma. I don't take money from them because I don't want to stand up here and sacrifice America's future for corporate.
Who's the Republican? Who's the Democrat? Lucas Kunce on the left is the Democrat. Josh Hawley on the right is the Republican.
Profits like he does.
Thank you so much. But I'm curious about your thoughts regarding eminent domain and taking farmers' land. 30 seconds.
I think we need to find a path that's fair for everybody. So, you know, whether that's working around that, going around it, giving them enough restitution that it makes it worth it, or finding another path. I think we need to do that. But I think that what we really, truly need to do, again, and he conflates this issue, what we need to do is make sure that 50 years from now, we are not relying on a Saudi cartel or a Chinese-led cartel, that we have our own energy production. We are first in the world, and they have to come to us for their energy needs.
Mr. Hawley, I'll give you 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you so much. I would just say that the way that you safeguard American energy production is to open up American energy production and not shut it down. My opponent wants.
Yeah. I'm just gonna spitball here, but maybe one of the main ways we could open up American energy production is by harnessing the power of the largest fusion power plant we've ever discovered. The sun. It's a gigantic fusion power plant constantly going in the sky. We could just, harness that with solar panels and existing technology that get more efficient every year and cheaper to produce every year. We could even build nuclear power plants. There are so many things we could do to harness energy that don't involve burning oil into the atmosphere, killing us all slowly.
To shut down all
I
American
have never
energy
said to shut down
oil
anything.
and natural
Never.
gas.
Dyson sphere, let's go. We have the technology to build like a shitty Dyson sphere or a shitty Dyson swarm. And even a shitty Dyson swarm would be capable of generating more electricity than the Earth possibly could need.
Fossil fuels, coal, and the biofuels that we blend right here in the state of Missouri. I think that that is exactly the wrong direction. Now, I know that's what Kamala Harris has also proposed. And Joe Biden, as we speak, is using your tax money to fund Chinese manufacturers, which my opponent has also said he's in favor of. He criticized me for voting against it. I think all of that's crazy. We need to open up American energy.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kunce, I'm going to give you 15 seconds to respond, and then we're going to move on to gun violence.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely not true. What I have suggested.
Also, we don't even need a space elevator to build a shitty Dyson swarm. All we need to do is have slightly more efficient power beaming satellites, but that's a rabbit hole we don't have to go down right now.
It is that 50 to 70 years from now, we need to be past the current generation of energy and on to the next one. And if we don't do that, because these multinational corporations have bought off too many of our politicians, we will literally never catch up, and we will be beholden to China forever. Josh Hawley doesn't care about that because he only.
I do still feel very confident about a Harris win, Sockster.
Cares about his own selfish interests, taking care of himself and the people who fuel his Gulfstream 4 as he flies around this state.
Thank you, Mr. Kunce. John?
Let's talk about gun violence, and certainly Missouri has not been without it over the past couple of years. The Central Visual and Performing Arts School mass shooting here in St. Louis. Of course, the Kansas City Chiefs football parade and rally following the Super Bowl. Mr. Kuntz, we'll start with you. You supported a 2022 law that encouraged red flag laws.
Are power satellites really a thing? They're becoming a thing. They've been in the process of being tested for like the last several years. MIT did a review a couple years ago about it, talking about how the technology has come a long way and is like becoming viable. So,
And also expanded background checks. But interestingly, you said it didn't go far enough. So my question, sir, is how much farther would you go, and how do you balance Second Amendment rights in doing so? You'll have 90 seconds.
Well, I'm a big supporter of the Second Amendment. You know, I grew up in this state. I grew up in rural Missouri. I've been shooting firearms since I was a kid. You know, I was a Boy Scout, becoming an Eagle Scout. Our Scoutmaster showed us pretty much every weapon system imaginable. And then I spent 13 years carrying firearms in Iraq, in Afghanistan again. And so for me, I'm a strong supporter of the Second Amendment, which is why a bunch of union guys invited me north of Kansas City to have an event at a shooting range there. So what I will say is this, though. You know, I was recently at a gun range down in my home county, at a gun show down in Cole County, and I was talking to some of the vendors there, and one of their biggest frustrations is that if you're a vendor at a gun show and you're doing the right thing, then you have to do, you know, real background checks on every single one of your weapon sales to make sure that they don't go into the hands of the wrong people. But if you've ever been to a gun show, there are always a bunch of people outside in the parking lot selling weapons with no checks, no anything, no sort of even decision-making on who they go to, and it's just really not fair to the small businesses who we should be trusting to do this sort of thing. So for me, I think we should have real checks on all gun sales. I think we need to have an age limit or some sort of training that goes along with kids getting weapons. I mean, as a Marine, I know you don't just give an 18-year-old, you know, a firearm and a bunch of ammunition. You teach them the weapon safety rules. You teach them how to shoot. You make sure they're responsible. We screen everyone when they come in just to make sure that they're okay. And, you know, I think we need that. And then I think we need the real red flag protections. And right now, we don't have quite a few of those things.
Mr. Hawley, how do you balance the Second Amendment with public safety as it relates to guns and gun violence? You have 90 seconds.
Well, I think that the most important thing that we can do when it comes to gun violence is put those who commit it behind bars and put those who attempt to commit it behind bars. That's why I've introduced legislation that would increase the sentences for those who commit gun violence, increase the sentences for those who attempt to commit gun violence. And I'll just say that I think that this experiment that Kamala Harris and the Biden administration have run on soft on crime has been
Work's almost out. Last owner for a while. Found cute stockings for bigger gals. If the fit were going to be broke for months. Good luck on rest of stream. Hated Jeff when I was in Mo. From Caracal.
Caracal, thank you for the $10 super chat. I very, very, very much appreciate it. Thank you for supporting stream. Couldn't do it without folks like you, so thank you so much.
absolute.
Also, just as a quick aside, Jeet here over on Twitter correctly points out, in June when Biden was on the ballot, Seltzer had Trump winning by 18 points. So no, in fact, the very dire Seltzer poll was one of the reasons why so many of us were panicking about Biden, given her record of accuracy. Like, a really good reminder. Thank you, Jeet here. Gonna give that a like, because frankly, people keep saying, oh, Seltzer's a left-wing nut job. Like, no, the polling has shifted seismically just on her polling alone. So I do think that we're in kind of a new ballgame here.
Disaster. The way to keep people safe is not to take away guns from law-abiding citizens, which is what my opponent has proposed. I mean, my opponent has said that he is for increasing the age to buy a rifle here in the state of Missouri, for increased gun control regulation in Missouri. I will say that his incident last week maybe convinced me that gun control might be needed for him. But for other law-abiding citizens in this state, that's not how you keep people safe. How you keep people safe is you go after the criminals and you penalize like crazy.
You can actually look at research on this. Punishing criminals more doesn't reduce crime. Like, especially people who are going to do a school shooting. like most of them are planning on dying. Like they don't care about any potential consequences.
Those who come after our kids or attempt to do so, those who buy illegal guns, the illegal gun market, we should crack down on all of that. And we can do it if we have the political will. But what I will not support is this soft on crime agenda that has gotten us to where we are.
Thank you both. Let's move now to social media. Shirley.
Thank you, John. Well, the U.S. Surgeon General says the mental health crisis among young people is an emergency, and social media has emerged as an important contributor. Mr. Hawley, as senator, you have been an advocate for holding social media companies accountable for protecting children online. Can you point to one thing you have done that parents can recognize to protect their children online? You have 90 seconds.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I would look at my legislation.
Number 1, don't let them play Roblox. Number 2, don't let them play Roblox. Number 3, do not let them play Roblox.
My bipartisan legislation with Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois, where we were able to get through unanimously, the Judiciary Committee unanimously, legislation that allows parents whose children are exploited by big tech to sue the big tech companies, and in particular, child sex abuse material, child porn that is directed at these children. It would allow parents and victims to sue the companies. These companies make more money than anybody on the face of the earth. They're the biggest corporations in the world, and yet they cannot be sued because of United States law. It protects them, including the porn companies. Our legislation would allow parents and victims to sue these companies if and when your child is harmed, if and when your child is exposed to exploitative material.
Yeah, nah. Like, this is one of those things where, like, on its face, a lot of people who aren't really thinking about it that much are going to be like, ah, yes, this is good. But, like, frankly, I think adults should be able to access pornography. That's my hot take here. I think that adult individuals should be able to access pornography. And I don't think having private corporations hold on to your ID in order to access that pornography is a good solution here. Like, we already have laws against child pornography. Just enforce those laws. Like, you can do that already. We already have laws against that.
I think it's absolutely vital. I think we should do other things. I think we should set an age limit under which these corporations can't come after our kids, advertise.
They aren't advertising to children. It's already illegal to advertise adult services to children. Again, like, these are things you can't do
to our kids, but let's start by allowing parents and victims to sue these companies and hold them accountable in court. Now,
again, if the companies are doing something criminal, then they should be held accountable. But if they're just hosting content that they did not know was child pornography or child sex abuse materials, like, I don't necessarily know that that's on them. They're not production companies if they are hosting content that is being uploaded to them.
Now, I'll just say that here again, I think my opponent and I have a difference. I mean, my opponent has defended these companies, in particular, inexplicably to me.
Oh yeah, Caracal, the YouTube and Twitch don't allow links. If you want to send a link, you can come over to riverboat.gg. It's specifically so that like, the links can be vetted and be safe.
Porn companies, and has opposed my efforts in our legislation to allow parents and victims to go after them. I think we need to be putting more tools in the hands of parents and victims, not defending these companies that, frankly, are terrorizing our kids.
Keep in mind, by the way, this would basically end any kind of, like, internet forum, like any kind of website where you submit user information to be shared with other users. Like, this would basically overnight kill every company that runs a forum page.
Mr. Hawley, thank you for your response. Mr. Coons, if elected, what is your proposal to protect children online? You have 90 seconds.
Well, it's entirely untrue that I haven't done any of the things that he said I just did, right? I haven't protected any of these industries. In fact, for a long time, for many years, I've been calling to repeal Section 230 of the Telecommunications Act so that we can sue these companies. He jumped on late. Great. I'm glad that he did. But I'll just say one of his plans in order to police this is to force all of us to give the big tech companies our most private information, our most private documents, our birth certificates, our driver's licenses, copies of all of those things. He thinks that that's the best way to solve this problem. I don't think that that's right at all. I think we should go after these companies. I think that they're monopolists. I think that we should break them up.
I do think that, like, for large social media companies, we should break them up. I think for, like, smaller companies with, like, user-submitted stuff, I think that there could be maybe like a better vetting process for that. Maybe like, I don't know. I'd be open to like the idea. I'd be open to like vetting ideas, but like, I do think this is going to be just kind of this is a point of tension that we don't really have a clear answer for at the moment.
I mean, Facebook shouldn't own Instagram. That should have never happened. These mergers and acquisitions that country club corporate politicians like Josh Hawley have let happen over and over and over again have been absolutely detrimental to American power and the ability of individuals to come out and be able to stand up for ourselves. The reason that Section 230 exists is because politicians like Josh Hawley, who've been taking corporate PAC money and federal lobbyist money for years, put that law into place, and it's the reason that it still exists. That's why in my campaign, I take no money from corporate PACs, I take no money from federal lobbyists, and I take no money from big pharma executives or many others, because I'm tired of these people coming in and abusing us and stripping our communities for parts. From day one in this campaign, I have always said the only people I will ever owe are the everyday Missourians in my old neighborhood who took care of my family when we went bankrupt and everyone else around them like this state. Josh Hawley is the exact opposite.
So we want to talk about uniting the country. We want to address the impact of the growing political divide in the U.S. What used to be disagreement on policy has turned into personal attacks, dividing neighbors, even families. Mr. Coons, where do you draw the line between free speech and hate speech? You have 90
Melanie,
seconds.
I'm actually really impressed with how he's doing. Obviously, he's tacking onto some conservative positions because he's running in a conservative state, but like Coons is doing really well.
Look, I think what we've seen in our politics is an absolute degradation, and I think the reason we have that is we don't have people who are dedicated to service anymore. We have swamp creatures all throughout D.C.
Like
Josh Hawley is a swamp creature.
Yeah.
You know, when I was working as a Subway sandwich artist down in Jeff City, Missouri, he was at the Heritage Foundation planting the seeds for Project 2025. When I graduated from school and went to my first job, I joined the United States Marine Corps. Josh Hawley's first job was at Washington, D.C.'s biggest corporate lobbying law firm. When you have a background like that, it's no wonder that you just buy into all the hate and vitriol and you do nothing but attack the other side and don't accomplish anything. Again, that's why I bring up Roy Blunt all the time, because Roy Blunt was willing to work with people from both sides of the aisle to serve Missouri, to protect Missouri, and to bring money back home. Josh Hawley refuses to do that. He only serves himself. And when you have politicians who only serve themselves and don't understand service, like I learned in the United States Marine Corps, you end up in situations where it's all about them. I mean, it's not just the hate and vitriol that he spews, but the man also spends all of his time writing self-help books, tripling his Senate salary. He has tripled his Senate salary writing self-help books about manhood while the rest of us struggle here not bringing any money home. He talks about preventing crime. Well, let me tell you something. Of that money that Roy Blunt brought home, a huge chunk of that change went to the St. Louis Police Department and other law enforcement agencies. Josh Hawley is not bringing that money home for them. He's not bringing it home for hospitals. He's not bringing it home for anything because he's more interested in dividing the country and serving himself.
Mr. Coons, thank you so much. Mr. Hawley, same question. Where do you draw the line between free speech and hate speech? You have 90 seconds.
Well, I'll just say that I think maybe if that's my opponent's attempt to unite the country, we've got a long way to go. I'll just say this, as someone who is a First Amendment lawyer, I will defend anybody's right to express themselves clearly and reasonably. I will draw the line, though, at any attempts at violence or intimidation, which is not protected by the United States Constitution. But let me just...
Except for January 6th. You drew a line, you carved that one out as an exception, didn't you?
say this. I think that, listen, Donald Trump has been nearly assassinated twice in just the last few months. Just 2 nights ago, the current president of the United States, Joe Biden, called all of Donald Trump's supporters, that would include me, garbage.
Well, if the garbage bag fits, Josh.
That was his word. I'm sure you've seen it. He said that Trump supporters are the only garbage that he sees out there. I'll just say that that kind of rhetoric, coming on the heels of the assassination attempts on the former president, I think is not only hugely destructive, I think it's downright wrong. And I wish my opponent would condemn it. I haven't heard anything from my opponent about calling many Missouri.
You know, again, the easiest way to counter this would just be to ask Josh Hawley to condemn any of the things Donald Trump has said about his opponents, like using the military on them, for example.
Garbage, or for that matter, about the assassination attempts on the life of President Trump. But listen, I think that it is vital that we
pure, undiluted garbage, meaningless drivel, nonsense. That's all they were. Junk.
Treat our opponents with respect, that we don't call them garbage, that we don't use this kind of rhetoric that frankly has incited violence. And I'm going to continue to do my part. I hope that my opponent would be willing to join me.
Well, time has flown by this evening. What's the cliche? Time flies when you're having fun,
when you're
right?
having fun.
Time
That's
for
right.
closing statements, gentlemen. Let's start with you, Mr. Kuntz. You have 60 seconds for closing tonight.
Yeah, I just say to everybody out there that if you want to fundamentally change who has power in this country, if you want the right to have the right to make your own decisions, and you don't want guys like Josh Hawley deciding how you get to live in the bedroom, in the doctor's office, or anyone else, then I'm the only guy who's going to do that for you. If you want someone who's going to deliver for this state, I'm the only one who's going to do it. Josh Hawley brings back $0 every single year while the rest of us struggle. We literally struggle. He doesn't know that because he never comes here. He comes here maybe 6 times a year. That's unbelievably bad, and it's the reason why he doesn't know where to put the money and how to invest in us. I am a kid who was saved by his community in this state when my parents went bankrupt from medical bills. I've spent my entire life in service trying to pay that back in the United States Marine Corps. This race is about this state. It's about delivering for this state and everyone in it. And someone who's very important to me in that is veterans. I'm a veteran. I use the VA for my health care, and it just kills me that we have U.S. senators like Josh Hawley who lie about bringing home funding for military families, who stall the PACT Act that gave veterans like me from Iraq and Afghanistan who were exposed to burn pits VA coverage. We need a U.S. senator from this state who's a veteran. Right now, not a single member of Congress from this state is a veteran, and it shows. It shows at the VA, it shows in our communities, and so I just ask you right now, I know a lot of you thank veterans for their service every day. I get thanked for it every day, and I appreciate that a lot. But what I would say is, please, on November 5th, don't just thank a veteran for his service. Put one in the U.S. Senate so I can finally serve you and all of us.
Thank you so much. Let's wrap up with you, Mr. Hawley. You have 60 seconds closing statement.
Thank you very much. In the last 4 years, we have been through a lot together. 15 million illegals have come across the border. Crime like we've never seen before in our lifetimes. Inflation that none of us can afford. And while my opponent will not tell you tonight who he's going to vote for, I think we all know whose policies he supports, Kamala Harris. So I think this election is about something very simple. Do you think we can do better? If you want to go on like we have been, if you want to double down on these failed policies that have got us here, then I think my opponent is probably your man. But if you believe that we can do better, if you believe we can bring jobs back to this country, if you believe that we can secure our border, if you believe that we can protect our children, I ask for your support. I think of a woman who I met just the other day on the campaign trail in O'Fallon, Missouri.
Did she die because of an abortion ban? Is that why you're thinking about her? She's fresh on your mind?
Came up to me and said as our rally was ending, she took my hand and she told me that she'd been diagnosed with cancer. And she said, Josh, I won't see you again, but I want to tell you how much I love this country and what a joy it is to get to stand and fight to save it. That's our mission. That's our calling. Let's do that together. Thank you and good night.
That literally didn't mean anything, Josh.
Thank you both for taking part tonight. We appreciate you being
I
here.
don't.
We
I
appreciate
don't
our
even
viewers
think
as well.
that happened.
Absolutely.
Frankly,
it is time for us to say goodbye. We appreciate you so much for being here. Thank you, gentlemen. And remember, the election day is Tuesday. Polls open at 6 a.m. and close at 7 p.m.
From the Fox 2 studios in St. Louis and all.
you know, when that woman told him that she was dying of cancer, his first response, his instinctive response was, "Can I watch the life drain out of your eyes?" Because, you know, that's the kind of man Josh Hawley is. Like, God, I do think that Kuntz did a really good job in that debate. I think he held his own there. I think he did really well. I think he showed like a lot of Josh Hawley's weaknesses. And I hope people in Missouri get to see that debate. I hope so, because I think it's going to make a difference in the polling, quite honestly. That debate didn't have any musical interludes. It really didn't. It was so short and condensed. But it also took an eternity. But there you have it, folks. Last debate we're covering before Election Day. So, if you're in Missouri, please go vote. Kuntz is going to need all the support he can get to unseat Josh Hawley. And honestly, we should get rid of Josh Hawley, folks. And with that, we finished the segment. Now, folks, we've been going for about 4 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because I rely on your support for this show to happen. I'm not a big enough streamer / YouTuber yet to make my money off of ads. So this show is entirely funded by you fine folks, the viewers. It's literally like PBS, brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Seggy done. That's right. We did have a really weird interlude in the middle that really threw me off. Apologies about that. The anchors are scumbags. I didn't like them very much. I don't know if they're scumbags, but you know, not great. Yeah, I mean, if the Seltzer poll like holds, it's game over for so many other states. I was looking at some of the other polls earlier today, some of the other polling, and just like if there are 13-point swings, or even 7-point swings, or 10-point swings, we start seeing like Kansas right now is only Trump +5. You know, like Kansas is suddenly in play. Like we're in like wild wackadoo nonsense territory. What is Rasmussen saying? Rasmussen is doubling down on their polling. So we'll see. We'll see. Well, I have news for you. Because of the sensitive social issues tag, you won't make any money from ads no matter what on Twitch. I'm well aware. Twitch has fucked over basically everyone who does what I do on Twitch. Thanks, non-binary. I love being reminded that my work that I do on Twitch is worthless, and that the website itself hates me. It's really fun to be reminded that my career is in the hands of massive tech companies that would rather I die. You know, it's really great. It really motivates me to keep doing it. Wowee. Thanks. Hey, did you know your job is worthless and you're not going to get paid for it? Thanks. Man, people love hearing that when they're on the job, don't they? Coons can fix that. We'll see. YouTube, however, seems to be popping off. It's true. Don't worry, we'll just expand to like TikTok and we'll stream on Twitter. We'll do what we gotta do. I was more trying to be positive and make the point that that's why we should give subs and bits and donate. I appreciate the intent. The method did not come across as particularly positive. I understand your heart was in the right place. Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat.
Here is a few bucks to help out with Twitch being stupid.
Thank you. I very much appreciate it. Lol, stream on Twitter, even Elon can't do that? True. Apparently politics is no longer an option for the front page on Twitch. Yeah, it's really weird, especially as a featured partner on Twitch. Like, I'm a partnered streamer on Twitch. And not only that, I'm one of their year-long Pride content creators. Granted, I've never been on the front page of Twitch like they said I would be. For that. But, like, I guess none of the Pride creators are going to be on the front page of Twitch anymore. See, highlighting it made you money. Well, you know, next time you're at your job, I'll wander in and tell you that your job, what you're doing is worthless to your employer. Maybe you'll get paid more money. The debate was good, I have hope. Nice. Am I crotchety and irritable? Yes. Let's see. So, serious question, given that, why stay on Twitch? Serious answer, because there are 84 people over there watching me right now. And frankly, I think that growing an audience via all the avenues I can makes the most sense. Forlorn79, thank you for the 669.
I hope for nice news on Tuesday. Everyone vote and tell people you know to do the same.
True! You better get out and vote, folks. But that is also serious answer. That's why I've stopped, like... I used to only stream on Twitch, guys. This is exactly why I diversified where I stream. Because I can't trust Twitch to actually have my best interests. I can't trust Twitch to actually, like, be a functional platform. YouTube Live is blocked at my work. Damn. But I've been thinking about expanding to Rumble, TikTok, Instagram, a bunch of different places. I think that's what I'm gonna work on in the new year. Oh my god, I will vote for Lucas Kuntz. Hell yes, Melanie. Rumble is for chuds? Yeah, but that way we can maybe, like, contain the chuds. Or I can do, I was thinking of, like, doing, like, periodic Rumble, like, Royal Rumble segments where, like, I just take debate calls from Rumble. I think that'd be fun. Is Kick still a thing? Kick is absolutely still a thing. I don't want to stream on Kick, though. Seems like an evil site for bad people. I will single-handedly make Missouri blue. Nice. And Rumble isn't? I mean, Rumble, let me put it this way. Like, Kick is directly funded by the gambling industry, and also, like, the people who stream on Kick are, like, doing bum fights and, like, are sexual predators and Nazis. You know, Rumble has at least some veneer of respectability. to their conservative leaningness, but you know, whatever. Is it all gambling now? It always wait. No, Rumble's not the gambling one. Kick is the gambling one. Like I don't know. I found it particularly disgusting that like kick creators were like doing survive hurricane challenges and like almost dying on live stream. I don't know. It's almost it's like half a step away from a snuff film website. It's pretty fucking dystopian. It really is. It really, really is. Kick is BitChute with infrastructure. True. I mean, Kick is BitChute, but with like money behind it. All right, folks. We have other content we need to get to. That's right. We've got stuff to talk about. Also, real quick, just real quick.
And we are
real quick, folks. Kamala Harris has begun the pivot. Kamala Harris has begun the pivot. Remember, folks, months and months ago when Kamala Harris entered the race, I talked a little bit about how she essentially probably could not come out with a good or satisfactory statement on a ceasefire in Gaza. However, I added a caveat. And essentially my reasoning is that, like, she's the vice president. She can't contradict the sitting president of the United States. She relies on the liberal establishment for support. She can't just go out and, like, kick that entire hornet's nest. It's like the bedrock of her support that she is the vice president, you know? So I said she likely wouldn't be able to start talking about Gaza or ceasefires until either after the election, maybe even until she's in office. But maybe, this is a long shot, the week leading up to the election, she might start like bringing out that type of rhetoric, talking about a ceasefire in Gaza. It happened, folks. The pivot seems to be happening.
And we are joined today by leaders of the Arab American community, which has deep and proud roots here in Michigan. And I want to say, this year has been difficult, given the scale of death and destruction in Gaza, and given the civilian casualties and displacement in Lebanon. It is devastating. And as president, I will do everything in my power to end the war in Gaza. To bring home the hostages, end the suffering in Gaza, ensure Israel is secure, and ensure the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, freedom, security, and self-determination. And we continue to work on a diplomatic resolution across the Israel-Lebanon border to protect civilians and provide lasting stability. And as President, I will work tirelessly toward a future with security and dignity for all people.
Goodness. Firefishy, thank you for the $5 dono.
Here's a small help. I enjoy your content and I'm really glad you're doing what you do. Keep it up. And vote, vote, vote.
True, Firefishy. Additionally, yeah, the same clip. But I know that this is not necessarily groundbreaking as a statement, but I think it does matter. I think it matters. Can I have a link to that video? Yeah. There you go. The rhetoric matters. Like, her coming out and making this commitment on the campaign trail matters. It matters. The fact that she has surrounded herself with a foreign policy team that has heavily emphasized ceasefire in the region matters. The audience hearing it matters. Like, the context of this is important. This is a really important thing for her to do. It is the foot in the door moment that will open it going forward. That's my interpretation. I could be wrong, of course. Always I could be wrong. But my reading of this is that she stuck her foot in the door before the window of the election closes, or the door of the election closes, I guess, to try and get this point out there prior to the election. And I know that, like, a lot of people would like to hear her say specifically what she would do, would like to hear her say specifically, you know, arms to Israel, like, halted, or, you know, specifically call out Israel as the aggressor on Lebanon and Gaza. But, like, that wasn't going to happen. Those are things that cannot happen until she's in office, frankly, or at the very least until after the election. The main thing that leads me to believe that this is indicative of where she wants to take her foreign policy, two factors. Number one, people who have quit the Biden administration over Gaza as an issue, who have taken a stand on their principles and quit the Biden administration in protest, list Kamala Harris as the single most friendly ear to their concerns in the Biden administration. And two, the foreign policy choices she has made. She has numerous people on her foreign policy team who have a long track record advocating for ceasefire and normalizing of relationships between the Gaza, Israel, and like the I'm sorry, I've been awake for a very long time. The governing structure, what is it called? The Palestinian Authority in West Bank. Basically, a number of officials advocating that she has on her team want the Palestinian Authority to come in to Gaza, normalize relations, and then be able to form an independent state. And so, like, given that those are the people on her team, given that this is the direction the rhetoric is going, I am hopeful that she can be pushed further on this issue once she's in office. And the fact that she is adopting this rhetoric is important because it kind of signals just how willing she might be to shift on this. Because keep in mind, she did not have to do this. She did not have to come out and make these statements. Is it politically savvy in Michigan? Absolutely. Was it necessary in Michigan? Debatable, depending on their internal polling, you know? And that being said, I think this aligns with her natural inclination when it comes to Palestine. So, That's my hot take. That is I think this is the pivot that I predicted months ago, and I think that if she wins, we might see more and more indications of what she might do after she's inaugurated. So that's what I'm trying to say. Hopefully that makes sense. I know that this is not an answer that's going to satisfy anyone, most people. But I'm just trying to point out the pattern that I'm seeing unfold. So hopefully it's a sign of good things to come. This is, again, protest her on this issue until she gets into office and actually changes policy. I think she is weak to protest, at least on this issue. Yeah, I mean, Ever Afra, that's the other part. I do think that if she comes out and says, like, straight up, you know, Netanyahu's an evil genocidal monster, I genuinely think Netanyahu speeds up, like, the liquidation of human life in Gaza and steps up the war in Lebanon and antagonizes Iran even harder. You know? What? Please protest after? Yeah, that's what I'm... Did I not convey that? Did I not convey that I'm telling people, I'm telling you guys you should protest? You should protest her on this issue? Didn't you say before? I said protest her after the election. No, I didn't. Yeah, protest her until you get the ceasefire. Protest her until you get the arms embargo. I feel like I was pretty clear. Please. I can't. I'm trying my best to communicate. Ay, ay, ay. As long as people don't protest pre-election. I mean, like, how are they going to protest pre-election? It's literally tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I wouldn't be too upset if people turned out and protested her today, I guess. It's a very short window, but, like, I don't mind people protesting her. Just woke up, I understand you. Cool. Okay. Whew. Whew. Stressing me out, chat. Okay. All right. We got some more to talk about. Boop, 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 boop. Okay.
We come before you.
Okay, I can't handle this. All right. So oh my god, he talked did he seriously talk for an hour and a half at Madison Square Garden? Are you fucking kidding me? All right. Ugh. Okay. I have 2 more pieces of content for you guys. I gotta get it done. I gotta get it done. Okay? Hope it's not the Indiana governor's debate. We already did that one. That's already done. That's up on the YouTube. There was a second one? No, we're not doing that. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. But no, we gotta cover the Madison Square Garden stuff. I really wanted to do it like days ago and it just kept getting pushed off. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. Good night, Gamer G. Harris is gonna win. Ert and Bernie, thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, folks. Hitting that button. So, folks, obviously there was a gigantic to-do about, well, Lord Freedus, thank you for gifting a sub to Exactly over on Twitch. I appreciate that very much. And if anyone else would like to drop some subs or donos, I'd very much appreciate it. All right, we're gonna start that over. So, folks, many of you might be aware that there some things were said at Madison Square Garden recently, and well, I'm curious. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. We're gonna take a look at one of the first speakers at this Madison Square Garden rally, and well, let's see how it went. Maybe it went well. Maybe Donald Trump's event at Madison Square Garden went okay. You know, they had a bunch of people out there. They vetted them. They did a lot of things. It's good. You know, maybe things are all right. And here we go. Okay.
Wow, isn't this special? 17 years ago, I was sleeping in my car behind the Comedy Store in LA, and I'm proud to say this is my 4th time performing at Madison Square Garden, the most famous arena in the damn world. The American...
Is that true? I feel like there are a lot of arenas that are way more famous than Madison Square Garden.
American dream alive and well right here. This is very different than where I'm used to performing, though. I'm used to nighttime with people drinking, not so many babies in the crowd, and people that are obviously only here for Lee Greenwood tonight. Normally, I don't make my political beliefs a known thing. It's divisive for a comedian to do that.
I mean, Madison Square Garden is pretty famous, but like, there are more famous arenas.
But just know I sleep well at night knowing who I'm voting for. Yeah. Yeah. When I lay down and my head hits my pillow, it is a fantastic pillow, by the way. I was staying at the Four Seasons up by Central Park one night, and I laid my head down, and it felt so good, and I thought to myself, what an amazing pillow. I have a little bit of money now. I could buy a good pillow. And I took the pillowcase off, and there it was. My pillow, my pillow, my pillow. And damn it, I bought 4 of them.
What is this? So I haven't watched this yet, folks. Like, yeah, is he doing an ad read? Also, my pillows aren't expensive. They're like $10.
And if you use the promo code KillTony, you can also buy 4 my pillows. There's serious stuff happening, people. I live in the great state of Texas now. 18 years in Ohio, 20 years in California, and I got to see California turn to absolute a horrendous thing. And
my pillows are over $100 each. Wait. There was recently like a there was recently this 1488 $14.88 pillow. Like you could buy 4 of those for like not that much money. Also, you know, he's literally doing ads and sales with the neo-Nazi number 1488, which refers to the 14 words, which is a white supremacist thing, and the 88 stands for Heil Hitler. So it's a very common combination of numbers for neo-Nazis. Anyway.
Traveling the world, I got to see San Francisco turn into one of the most demented cities, one of the greatest downfalls I've ever seen. And that is where the other candidate worked for 2 decades. And it's absolutely wild to see. And in Texas, stuff is really, really crazy. We're right there by a wide open border. Where are my proud Latinos at tonight? You guys see what I mean? It's wide open. There's so many of them. It's absolutely incredible. Believe it or not, people, I welcome migrants to the United States of America with open arms. And by open arms, I mean like this. It's wild. And these Latinos, they love making babies, too. Just know that. They do. They do. There's no pulling out. They don't do that. They come inside, just like they did to our country. Republicans are the party with a good sense of humor. Free speech is under attack, people. I host a show, and each week I get updates what words we're allowed to use and not use anymore. It's happening.
Yeah, no, this is like the comedian. What we're watching right now is the vetted stand-up routine that was vetted by the Trump campaign. Approved to go out. And this, what you are watching right now, might very well be the reason why Donald Trump loses. Or at least one of them, you know?
Right now, the past few years. It's a real thing. And, you know, used to be able to tell people to Google stuff. My mom's a boomer in the state of Ohio, and there's no convincing her of anything. She's eating the cats. She's eating the dogs. They're eating the pets up there. It is absolutely wild times. It really, really is. And, you know, there's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting there. Again, normally I don't follow the national anthem, everybody. This isn't exactly a perfect comedy setup. There's some people here. All right. Very good. I like it. I have other policies that I think it should be implemented as well. Like me personally, I think football should be all year round. Yeah. So many great athletes. I don't know about you guys, but I think that Travis Kelce might be the next O.J. Simpson. Feels good in here.
Does it? Because I feel like the vibes are absolutely rancid.
The other side's got a lot of crazy endorsements. Swift, Eminem, Leo DiCaprio, Beyonce. Every day the Democratic Party looks more and more like a P. Diddy party. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what you guys want. All right. Heck yeah. It's cool. Black guy with a thing on his head. What the hell is that? A lampshade? Look at this guy. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Just Just as an FYI, throwing this out there. Just throwing this out there. Speaking of P. Diddy parties.
I'm just kidding. That's one of my buddies. He had a Halloween party last night. We had fun. We carved watermelons together. It was awesome. You guys are... This is a groany little morning crowd, huh? It's...
Oh, man. Why didn't my extraordinarily racist joke not land with all of you? What? I thought we were all members of the Klan in here. Like, honestly, dude. Like, that's how he comes across here. Where did they find this fucking guy? There is some speculation that he came out of Joe Rogan's comedy club. And that after Donald Trump appeared on Rogan, Rogan recommended this comedian for Donald Trump to use at Madison Square Garden. There is some speculation. I don't know if that's been confirmed. I don't think it has been, but that has been some of the scuttlebutt.
Tough to follow this audition for the next Commissioner Gordon's over here. It is, though. It's crazy times we're living in. I mean, all these pointless wars. It is unbelievable what's happening right now. It is incredible. Ukraine versus Russia, Israel, it's like bad soccer games. Who even cares? What are we doing? Why is our money involved in these wars? When it comes to Israel and Palestine, we're all thinking the same thing. Settle your stuff already. Best out of 3. Rock, paper, scissors. You know the Palestinians are going to throw rock every time. But you also know the Jews have a hard time throwing that paper. You know what I'm saying? All right, we're having fun now. We're cooking.
I mean, this is the thing, guys. This is what comedy is to racists. Like, if you are a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, these jokes land for you. And if you're not, then you just left going like, what the fuck is wrong with you? They brought this guy on because they expected everyone in their audience to be on board with his Nazi shit. Frankly. And I've seen some like comedian types like try and like go like, oh, well, he's kind of a blue comedian. He makes fun of everybody. But like, nah, if I was a comedian, even if I was like a, you know, an edgy comedian, right? If you get invited to something like this, you take the offer and you go and you make these kinds of jokes. Like, man, you need to like do some introspection and maybe, just maybe, kill yourself. Like I'm just saying. Like, if you are not a Nazi, but you do the comedy that Nazis love, maybe you need to, like, do some introspection and be like, maybe the world would be better off without me, okay? Like, I'm just saying, if your comedy is beloved by Nazis, maybe it's just your time. Maybe it's, you know, like, maybe it's just your time. I would never say that about, well... I would rarely say that about any other kind of person, but like, man, might need to edit that out of the YouTube version. Maybe. But all I'm saying here is that, like, this guy sucks and should maybe feel awful about this every single day for the rest of his life.
Hillary Clinton said that this is a Nazi rally here today. Can you believe that? For the most anti-war president of my entire lifetime, and she calls him Hitler.
Oh man, we're getting some Anna Kasparian level arguments, I see.
Let me remind you, Hillary, it was your husband who shot innocent people, or as he called them, interns. Yeah, Hillary, I bet you did not see that one coming. By the way, if I commit suicide in 3 weeks, I didn't. I mean, it's just obvious to me who the right candidate is. There's a guy out here dodging bullets. It is unbelievable, right? He took it right in the ear. Unbelievable. I thought about this. I don't know if you have. Coolest place to get shot. Like, if you're gonna get shot anywhere on your body, that's where you want it. Right there. Technically, he got shot in the head, depending on if you're a Democrat or a Republican. Right? If you're a Democrat, his ear was grazed. If you're a Republican, he survived a headshot. It is. It's the best place to get shot. It's the only part of the human body will drive a piercing through like a little girl's ear for no reason. Right? There's just no, it heals fast. Nobody cares. It's the best place to get shot. He went down, saw blood on his hands. I'd imagine he thought right then, I think I just won this shit.
That was the best joke? Oh no, is that a spoiler? Was that literally the best that this guy has? This is intolerable.
Stands up and says the most American words I've ever heard in my life. No. Before that, there was one more. Let me get my shoes. Fearless. Perhaps still with an active shooter. He's talking like a guy that just had the best one-night stand of his life. Right? Like, where's my shoes at? I gotta get the hell out of here. Let me get my shoes. And then the fight. What he did was so cool that Biden got COVID. Oh yeah. Go back, look at the timeline of everything again. 3 days after that. That means the
What does that mean?
Biden, he didn't get that from hanging out with sick people. He was in a sterile room in the White House, watching blood running down Trump's face as he pumps his fist. Biden's like, oh, fuck. Oh, God, no. It's true.
Like this is incoherent. Like this is like comedy based on vibes. The vibes are Donald Trump has a gigantic big dick energy and Biden is a weak and a fat liberal, and that's it. That is the connection between those two things. Weak and fat liberals get COVID. Trump, shakes off a gunshot wound. That's the bit. That's the bit. That's it. Like, what? This isn't a joke. This is just vibes.
Trump survived an assassination attempt and Biden got COVID. We vote next week. God voted 3 months ago. Another great Austin, Texas resident, Elon Musk, will be speaking here later today. Unbelievable. Genius. You guys saw him shoot that rocket into outer space, the largest aircraft ever, fires it off into space, and then parallel parks it back to planet Earth. Meanwhile, Kamala supporters can't parallel park their Toyota Priuses properly.
Okay, to be fair, parallel parking sucks and everyone hates doing it.
Sorry, I listen to Elon Musk. I follow his lead. The world's smartest, richest man has my attention.
Oh no, he wasn't being ironic. Oh no, he actually thinks that Elon is smart? God, how many dicks can this guy fit in his mouth to suck? I mean, he doesn't have much of a career as a comedian, but he could certainly go into pornography with this amount of skill.
Except for when it comes to stock trading, then I listen to Nancy Pelosi. But censorship is amongst us, people. It's a very, very, very big deal, and I'm just here to say that you guys are for the right candidate. Tell your friends. Let's close it out, and let's make speech free again, make America healthy again. Let's beat the team from California. The team from New York should beat the team from California.
Oh, yeah, he can fit multiple. Okay, maybe he doesn't have a promising career in pornography. Because that's true. You, Crystal Hazer, you've accurately pointed out that, you know, he's only capable of fitting multiple of the small ones. You know, the small ones that Donald Trump is familiar with. Isn't that right, folks? Just, can I just pull this up real quick? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, the multiple small ones that Donald Trump is very familiar with. That's right. Anyway.
Only in this election, but in the World Series of Baseball, America's sport. I love you, New York. God bless New York. God bless America. Let's make it great again. I love you. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, this set is going to go down in history as one of the most infamous ones of all time. Like, I don't think that, like, there is another comedy set you could point to that has determined, like, the outcome of an election before. Like, I mean, I showed you guys the picture of the crowd earlier. 50,000 Puerto Ricans assembled to protest against Donald Trump and show solidarity with one another. The second largest gathering of people of the campaign season for Kamala Harris. Like, that joke did that, you know? Pennsylvania, Florida, gigantic Puerto Rican populations, but also, like, it punctured through to other groups of Latinos. Like, it's not just Puerto Ricans that got that kind of got mobilized by this. It was so many other Latino groups, Dominicans, Cubans in particular. Like, a lot of them realized, oh shit, we have to get involved. And not only that, but like the watermelon joke, it was so heinous, and it's been so underreported too. But like LeBron James came out a few days ago tweeting about how that was beyond the pale, and like along with his official endorsement of Kamala Harris. Like, yeah, these jokes that were vetted and approved by the Trump campaign reflect the actual ethos of the Trump campaign. These are not jokes. They actually believe that, you know? And like this, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that like this election has been profoundly affected by that comedy set, and I don't think that you can point to another, you know, again, I say comedy set, that nothing in that set was funny, but I don't think you can point to anything remotely comparable to that in American history. You know? I don't think you can point to anything else remotely comparable. It's the first time a comedy set is going to make history books. Yeah, like I can't think of anything remotely close. The OJ joke was pretty horrid. True. It is surreal to see. It was actively worse than what I thought it would be. And I already thought it was going to be bad, but like, I don't know. Afterwards, he did say like, I made fun of everybody. Are you sure? Because you didn't make fun of Elon. You just talked about how smart and good a boy he was. You know, it's wild. Made fun of everyone except those the white people from Long Island in the audience. You know, he is the most target-rich audience on the planet, and instead he opts to make like jokes about Jews and black people and Puerto Ricans. Like, insane, dog. This man should never be able to see the inside of a comedy club again. Like, I know there aren't any laws specifically geared towards that, but like, I don't know. I feel like we should give a judge free reign to like ban him for life from ever setting foot anywhere near a comedy or an open mic. A comedy club or an open mic. He was always racist? I mean, yeah, clearly. I don't think you can make those jokes if you weren't always a racist. He might start sleeping in his car again soon. True. Oh my god. That was hard to watch. That was hard to watch to a degree I did not think was possible. These are margins he cannot afford to lose. Exactly. And I think he's officially lost them. You know? When I talk about like this map being my prediction, I think this map is possible as a baseline in no small part due to that stand-up bit, unironically. This is my official prediction, with Iowa probably going blue given the Seltzer polling. But like, man, it was a big fuck up. It was a big fuck up. Did he make fun of any white people? Not really, no. Oh, B Mixie, we talked about LeBron's video. I'm pretty sure I have a segment about celebrity endorsements on the YouTube channel. I think it went up earlier today sometime. Earlier yesterday. Worth checking out. All of the content I've been putting out, I've put out so much over the past 24 hours. Please go check it out. It's worth watching. I think it's really good. A lot of it's not being viewed very much because just so much content coming out, but you know, go check it out. Share the videos around, especially the case for Kamala Harris winning the 2024 election. I think it's a very good video. It's very in depth. I came here from your Umberto Eco video. Gonna watch the election one next. Nice. Yeah, the Umberto Eco video, I know I've been saying for years people should read Umberto Eco's Fascism, but I know that you people don't read. I know when I say that only like 5% of you are actually going to go read that essay. So I figured I'd read it to you guys. So I take it Cenk isn't going to win? What? How could Cenk win when the clear winner of this election is going to be Jeb? Jeb. I read? I know. There's some lovely people who read. From the echo chamber. You get a sound effect for that one. Jack mean to us for being dumb. Look, I know half of you are illiterate. It's fine. the jebening. You know, people always talk about dark horse candidates, but they never talk about the Jeb horse candidates. All right, folks. We have one more segment. Okay, we have one more segment, but before we get into it, folks, I've been going for about 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is only made possible thanks to viewers like you. I could not do it without you guys. So please clap. Please clap. So guys, I'm going to give you guys an option. Okay? I'm going to give you guys an option. For please clap and make subs and donos. I'm going to give you guys an option for our final segment, okay? Either we cover Trump's speech at Madison Square Garden, or we cover Trump's speech from 8 hours ago. Which would you like? Which is funnier? I don't know. Haven't seen either one. The fresh one, the fresh one, the fresh one. Democracy? Okay. There's nothing special in the Madison Square Garden one? Then we'll watch the fresh one. Also, folks, I'm going to be streaming on just want to say, going to be streaming tomorrow. I almost said on Tuesday, like it's Monday. We're going to be streaming tomorrow. Probably starting sometime in the afternoon, like 3 or 4 p.m. Central Time. And we'll be covering a whole lot of stuff. I hope you'll be joining me. I'll be talking with Dead Domain at one point. I'll also be talking with Hey It's Vadim, aka Creationist Cat. We'll also be doing call-ins throughout the day. It's going to be a long stream. I'm predicting we're going to go like 12-ish hours. We'll see. 10 hours. But please do plan to be there on election day. We'll be covering votes as they come in, as states get called. I'll be giving you my analysis. We'll be following the different races. We'll be talking about the different candidates in different House and Senate races as best as I can. Go on Dylan's show. I haven't been invited on Dylan's show. If I get invited, I'll be happy to, but I can't just invite myself onto other people's shows. Dead Domain plus Riverboat Jack, I'll be there. Hell yeah! Tomorrow is Tuesday. Didn't Creationist Cat debate Jordan Peterson once? I have no idea. Woo! Guys, we have one final thing left. We have to cover this Trump speech. I'm considering this, for all intents and purposes, Trump's closing arguments. And once we get through that, stream will be done. And then I will edit videos. Shouldn't use the term Latino, Latina, Latine, as it's colonial as fuck. What is the preferred terminology? And is it supported by the vast majority of people who it would apply to? Depends on the group. Well, that's kind of the problem, because we're using a term to talk about a large group. Hispanic? Would Hispanic work? There's a lot of different nations within that colonial category. But we need... okay, if you want to decolonize the category, that's fine. What is the decolonized term? These aren't one group. Well, the same way white people aren't one group. Like, there's no such thing as white people. It's just a social construct. There's a wider term to be used here. Like, there is no white people. There's just, Irish people, Italian people, Swedish people, German people, etc. But you understand how, like, by getting into the nitty-gritty in that way, it suddenly becomes, like, a lot harder to talk about large groups of people that would collectively form a block that one might call white. White people are colonizers. It's not offensive to call a white person white. I don't think most Latino people are offended by being called Latino. Last I checked, when people were talking about Latinx, Latino folks didn't like that. So, it might be regional. Look, if you don't have, like, an alternative that I can use, and instead you're gonna say, like, you need to refer to each group of people individually, like, sorry, that's just not gonna happen. I've told you identify specific groups. Yeah, but there are too many groups to name, so it kind of leads us into a position where that's not that. Why are you preaching colonialism based on ease of use? Because I do a show where I need to communicate about, like, aggregates of large groups of people when it comes to polling and, like, voter turnout. That's why. These are the terms used by polling. You can disagree with them and suggest different terms. I do streams and I make sure I'm specific. Well, that's great for you. So, like, when voting gets broken down by, like, different racial groups, like white, black, / African American, Hispanic / Latino, what do you do when it just says Latino as, like, a block? What term would you use? Like, if you're going over polling data and that's one of the groups, how do you decolonize that term? Then you criticize the fact they're lumping in white, brown, and black people together. Yeah, but if I need to talk about the polling, data, what term do you use? Like, you can criticize the fact that it's a bad term, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like, if you're talking about the polling data itself, do you just say it's useless polling data? Or do you have like an alternative? I don't disagree that they're colonial terms. I just don't have a better alternative. Like, I feel like my question is pretty straightforward here. Its data is broken because of the fact that there are white supremacists that are also Latinos, which creates a confounded situation where you cannot clearly track the polling behavior of this category. Except that you can track the electoral behavior of that category. Like, that's demonstrable. So like, you can call it a flawed category, sure. That needs to be like, the terminology needs to be changed. But like, if I need to talk about that, what term are you suggesting as a kind of catch-all term? Like, a good example that's being given in my chat right now is MENA, or MENA, which is used to refer to Arab, Kurd, Assyrian, Bedouin, etc., as a broad category. Catch-all terms are the problem, but like, humans categorize things. That's part of what humans do. You can take an issue with the fact that like, the categories are defined by colonial powers. That's fine. I get that. But like, human beings categorize things. Like, if you break it down by like, if you break it down into like individual groups of folks within colonized states, you're gonna find smaller groups within those. You're gonna find smaller groups within those. So at what point, like at what point do you accept that there is a catch-all term? Because each of these groups is made up of individuals. Those individuals have names. Do you need to break it down by each individual name? Well, that human being categorical distinction doesn't excuse racist categories. I agree. Which is why I'm asking you what a more acceptable alternative would be. But instead of giving me a more acceptable alternative, you're saying list every single like group, like every single ethnic group. And what I'm trying to say is like, what is an alternative catch-all term? Because again, humans have categorical distinctions. So like, reductivism around indigeneity is a problem. I agree. Which is why I prefer First Nations. Well, okay, but why couldn't you just say First Nations? But also First Nations doesn't really apply as a catch-all because First Nations can also be like within like Latino refers to a larger group of people than just First Nations people. So, yeah, like the issue that we're running into here is that it's complicated and there's not a clear there's not a clear successor term. So what I'm trying to get at here is that, like, until there's a better and clearer answer, there's not really a better course of action here. Other than to take issue with the polling itself, which I'm fine with, but I don't, there's not really like a systemic change I'm capable of making when I'm reporting on polling data. Like, yeah, well, yes, Mr. Malachite, First Nations is a blanket term as well. I would argue, like, indigenous groups, I typically use the term indigenous when referring specifically to, like, First Nations folks. But, like, when we're talking about, like, Latino people, that might not necessarily apply as a label for them. So, like, it depends. We're not really having an argument. I feel like I'm asking you a pretty straightforward question, and your response is not satisfactory. Because, like, I feel like we're on the same page, but you're taking issue with the fact that I'm using terminology that has no clear, better alternative. And that's frustrating to me because I do my best to use inclusive language, but there's just not, when we're talking about broad categorization of, like, polling data, for example, there's not, like, a clear alternative answer that would function better here. And I also know that if you poll Latino folks on their preferred terminology, they gravitate towards Latino or Latina or Latine, but generally Latino. And so part of the problem that I'm running into here is that if you want that to change, if you want to change that terminology, then, like, you got to change that perception, you know? Because I also don't feel like it's my place to change the terminology that a very large group of people prefers for themselves. That depends on the group there. Yeah, and if there is a group that would like me to specifically call them something else, I'm happy to do that. But otherwise, I'm going to go with what the vast majority of them prefer. Yeah, like that's the other thing. Not all Latino people have indigenous heritage or are in a position where they were or a location that they were indigenous to historically. But, like, there's a lot wrong with the term, true. But, like, I'm open to alternatives. And, like, that part of the problem here is that it's not me you have to convince. It's the people who are saying, we would like this term to refer to us. I'm happy to use terms that people prefer for themselves. But if most people in that particular category want me to use the term Latino, I'm going to go with that. And I understand if it might be problematic or have a colonial history, but that's what most people in that category are going to want me to refer to them as. Is when you were talking about the comedy bit. Yeah, but I was talking about the comedy bit in relation to the polling data. That's why I threw up a picture of the electoral map. That's why I threw up this image. Because we're talking about it specifically as it relates to electoral votes in America and shifts the polling data. Before that, not then. Yeah, but I do a political show. The topic related to the comedy bit was how it had a direct impact on polling data and thereby electoral results. that are likely. You understand that, right? Like I do a show about politics. So when I'm talking about the comedy bit mobilizing not just Puerto Rican folks, but the overarching category, umbrella category of Latino, I'm referring to not just Puerto Rican people, but also Cubans and Dominicans and folks from that would otherwise fall under the category of Latino. So like, you don't need to condescend. I'm trying to be as blunt as I can. It's not condescension. I'm just very autistic. So I'm trying to break it down and clearly communicate to you what my intent was. And you seem like hell-bent on not understanding it when other people in chat seem to be very, very understanding of what I'm trying to say, and I'm not sure how to bridge that gap between us. It might be a fundamental disconnect between how I communicate and how you communicate. I don't know what to attribute that to, but I'm doing my best here. There's being blunt and there's speaking down. I'm also autistic. I'm not speaking down to you. I'm just trying to be very clear because one of the things that triggers my autism meltdown is not being able to clearly communicate my ideas. So when I'm having trouble communicating, this is how I sound. And if we can't really progress past this, like, we're going to have a communications breakdown. I can't really break it down farther than how I'm breaking it down right now. Class difference, probably. I'm a fucking working class. What do you mean?
You're doing a good job.
Thanks, Lord Friedus. I'm trying my best. I'm poor as shit and I'm a street organizer? Nice. But like, I don't know. Like you get that like my show's about politics, right? I don't think they're trolling. I think their heart's in the right place. I'm not entirely sure what they want me to do. I know it's politics. Then why are you complaining about how I'm talking about how like the most infamous comedy show ever put on is affecting the current electorate and the different groups in the polling and how they're going to be turning out to vote? Like if you know I'm talking about a larger umbrella term for not just Puerto Ricans, but like other folks that would typically fall under that category, then I'm not sure like what the issue is. Wait, was all of this started by some comedy skit? No, not really a comedy skit. We went over the comedian that opened for Donald Trump at Madison Square Garden because I hadn't covered it yet. Even though it's been several days, and I wanted to talk about how that has affected like voting patterns, the polling, electoral map, etc. And so like I mentioned that like not only did this mobilize Puerto Ricans, but it also mobilized a lot of folks outside of the Puerto Rican community in like the Dominican, Cuban, and larger Latino category. And Lumpen Maoist came in to let me know that Latino is a colonial term, which it is. but like I don't have a better alternative for that kind of catch-all, and I wanted to know what that better alternative would be, and I haven't gotten that answer yet, really. And like the point being, like, I don't feel like it's my place to explain to Latino people who prefer the term Latino that I'm not going to use that term for them. And I don't really know what to do about this this contention. Mostly because the last I saw, and maybe my information's out of date, most people that fall in the category of Latino prefer Latino to any other alternative. So. Oh yeah, Karina, I'm not gonna use that fucking term. That would be completely unacceptable for use in America. I don't think this person's trolling. I think they mean well. But lumpen Maoist, I do appreciate the reminder that Latino is a colonial term, but also we can't be this distracted. I've been working for like 20 hours. I have a very limited amount of time before the election hits, and I have a lot of work to do. I haven't slept tonight. Probably not going to be able to sleep today. So, like, we either have to resolve this or you have to, like, leave. One of those. One of those situations. I don't really have the spoons to be able to carry on this conversation much farther. Why can't you sleep? I got too much to do. We had to do I started doing a show at midnight tonight because real life stuff and editing kept me busy from the time I woke up yesterday until midnight, but then I still had to do the show. So we've been doing the show for about 5 hours now, and I have to get a bunch of videos edited and thumbnailed for today because a bunch of content related to the election needs to go out before the election, because if it comes out after the election, it's worthless. So, whew. But is it safe, though? Yes. All right. I'm going to move on. Because we've got another segment to do, folks. We got another segment to do. I'm hitting that segment button. So, folks. Again, just ignores classism and ableism in chat. Well, lumpen Maoist, you're also being extraordinarily fucking irritating.
Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3, less than 3, less than 3.
I'm not sorry about this whatsoever. Like, Jesus Christ. I have about this much patience, and I feel like that was a goddamn a lot of patience. Jesus fucking Christ. I've been working for like 20 hours straight. Okay? I'm like on a shred of fucking sanity and patience. And I had like a 20-minute long amount of patience with you, and you can't even fucking deal with it. I don't care if you have autism. I have fucking autism. Okay? It's not an excuse to be an asshole to everyone and then blame it on, like, systemic oppression. I'm sorry, if you're being an asshole to everyone, that's a you problem. Deal with it. Grow up. Put your big pants on. Okay? Fuck off. Fuck off. I gave you so much goddamn grace. And the response that I get is that we resolved the initial issue, but then you're complaining that other people view you as an asshole. Yeah, they view you as an asshole because you acted like an asshole for 20 minutes, derailing a show that people were watching about politics. And your ultimate point was, oh yeah, I didn't actually have like a preferred thing for you to do. I just wanted to virtue signal about how a term is colonial in nature. And yeah, it fucking is. I'm happy to use a different one. But unfortunately, the vast majority of people to whom it refers prefer that term. And I'm not going to condescend and dictate to them which term they should have applied to them. If they want me to use a different term, if they come into chat and have a better catch-all term, I'm happy to use it. But until such a time, I'm going to go with what I currently know as like the preferred term. Additionally, you then are like, well, everyone here is being classist and ableist. Yeah, you know what? I get inundated with transphobia every single day I do this show. Every single day there are people who come into my chat and go, "Dear God, what is that fucking thing?" You know what? I'm not wealthy. I'm fucking poor, okay? Like,
Hugs Jack. They're just a selfish asterisk.
I
Please
am
ban
not
them for being this stupid.
I am not in a great position in society, and I am oppressed in a number of different ways as well. But you know what? You gotta deal with that. And you know what else? People thinking you're an asshole is not necessarily related to the ways in which you're oppressed. Sorry. Be better. Be fucking better. Jesus Christ. Like, I have a lot of patience with folks who are neurodivergent because it's hard in this world of neurotypical people to be neurodivergent. I know that. I had a fucking breakdown multiple times today because I'm neurodivergent, all right? I get it. But that's not ever an excuse to be a fucking prick to other people. It might be an explanation of why you're being a prick to other people. It's not an excuse. And if you're a prick, people are gonna treat you like a fucking prick.
Jack, you're amazing and you really had the utmost patience and they were just being a crybully. You deserve a little love in the form of cold hard cash less than 3.
Thank you very much, Ms. Milena, for the $25 dono. That is incredibly, incredibly generous of you. I really, really appreciate it. And Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the $5 dono. Sockster, thank you for the subscription over on Twitch. I'm sorry for losing my cool. I really do try my best to like keep my shit together. But sometimes when people like just start whining in chat that like other people are being mean, I'm sorry. Like maybe don't like maybe don't become the main character of chat. Maybe don't become the main character of chat and be an insufferable asshole about it. Like, it's possible to be main character of chat and like have like a decent conversation and like then we just move on. That's actually the main way we communicate as a community. You know? Sometimes I have community members on and we have wonderful chats. It's great. Really productive. It did not have to be like this. All right. Anyway. Yeah, Erica's Garden. Sometimes people accuse me of having too much patience with like bad faith actors, and frankly, it's probably true. But Marco DeSoon, I do not have water. I'm not gonna go get water, but I will stretch. Fuck.
Thought of a cool 80s name, Rad Undercliff.
That is a cool 80s name. Thank you, Catalina Gearbox. All right. Well, B Mixie, it's very often that people just don't know, or like people are trying to convey something and they just don't do it. Like they just don't do it well. Like, I really want to believe that people can get better and improve, and that they can learn and grow. And I really, really want to believe that, even if somebody comes in and is being like a transphobe, or like, I want to believe that they can get better. And I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. I try and engage. I try to like be affable and be like a good representation that can like get through and have a productive conversation. But like, you know, sometimes it just doesn't work. I tried really hard there. Really, really did. Okay. Let's try this again. So, folks, there's this guy. I don't know if you've heard of him or not. His name is Donald J. Trump. Now, I don't know if you've heard of this guy, but apparently he was like Jeffrey Epstein's best friend for like 10 years. Jeffrey Epstein, the guy who definitely didn't kill himself and who is the most prolific pedophile in America. That guy. Yeah, there's audio of Jeffrey Epstein talking about how they were like best friends for 10 years. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. But he did a rally, and you know, I was going to cover the Madison Square Garden Trump speech, but chat told me that was rather unremarkable, so I figured we'd focus on how's Trump doing in the lead up to Election Day. We're currently 1 day away. It's literally tomorrow. Election Day is tomorrow. If you didn't know that, you should make sure you go vote, okay? Make sure you go vote. It's important. We need to avert fascism, people. And do you believe there's 100 hours of interview, though? I mean, more and more audio keeps coming out from it. And Sockster, apparently another episode of that podcast is dropping today. And Michael Wolff seems to have been alluding that there's going to be a big audio bombshell that drops today. We'll see. I would imagine that the biggest bombshell Michael Wolff has, he wants to drop immediately before the election to, you know, maximize media impact and sell more copies of his book, because he cares about that more than, you know, making sure Jeffrey Epstein's best friend of 10 years doesn't get elected president. But, you know, we'll see. That being said, let's see how the Trumpster, which is apparently how he refers to himself in private, is doing.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, and I'll tell you, I love this state. I love Georgia. I love Georgia. And I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible place with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. You are hardworking. You're great.
He doesn't sound too good.
Good you are.
He sounds ragged.
We're bringing this country back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. I'd like to begin by asking you a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
Literally everyone is better off now than they were 4 years ago. 4 years ago, we were under, four years ago was COVID.
With your vote on Tuesday, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring back the American dream. We're just 2 days away from what will be the most important political event in the history of our country. I believe that. But you have to do one little thing. I don't want your money. I don't want anything. The only thing I want is get out and vote. Just get
I'm pretty sure he wants their money, considering the Republican Party is completely broke.
Finish, you know, we're on the 5-yard line, maybe even the 1-yard line. We're right there. We had a tremendous number of early votes, a record-setting number.
Oh, I just wanted to say, as a black person my whole life, I feel that way about the term blacks. Every black person says blacks. I say that in chat the other day, and some white person started screaming. Yeah, it's because, and I can say this as an alabaster disaster myself, us white folk are kind of trained to be like wait, that we can't say it like that. You know, like you know, like it's like there's like an instinctive like, oh God, we can't say that, right? Which is why I think a lot of white folk like default to like African American or something along those lines just to be safe. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is silly, but I do think that like for a lot of white people there's a hesitation to say it, and they get weirded out when other white people say it. Less weirded out obviously when black folks say it, but like I think when people aren't entirely sure, like the internet can kind of create that you can't say that even when someone can say that, you know? Internet communication.
Records like nobody can believe.
Well, yeah, Salmon Moose, when someone starts talking about African American and they're in Australia, you know, and the person they're talking about isn't American, it gets a bit weird. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. But all I can say is on Tuesday, just go out and vote, and we're going to close this thing out, and it's going to be party time. It's going to be party time.
It's going to be party time, baby.
And this is really all you need to know. Kamala broke it, and I'll fix it, and we'll do it very quickly.
Yeah, Mr. Malachite, that's kind of what I tend to default to. Like, as a white person, I'm like, I'm gonna say black people, but I'm gonna avoid saying just blacks. I think that's weird. Feels weird.
America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before.
Man, what are you going to talk about for an hour and a half? I feel like he's already hit all the greatest hits of his usual stump speech.
Start from a very bad place. We're a nation in decline. We're a nation in decline like we've never seen a decline. What they've done to our beautiful country is just so horrible. And we have so many senators, so many congressmen and women, and we have so many great people in the audience, and they're working with me. We're going to bring this back like never before. Nobody's going to believe it. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to bring it back so fast. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of
Wait. May I point out all the women behind him have the same haircut? Oh man. Oh man, they do. They do. Also, can we just take a moment to really enjoy the fact that there are 2 people behind him that are wearing garbage for Trump vests? They're literally they're literally calling themselves garbage to own the libs. It's honestly insane. Like, if you called them shit people, they would dress up as turds. They'd rub feces all over themselves. It really is like, this is owning the libs.
of gross incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. This will be the golden age of America.
The golden shower age of America.
Beautiful, isn't that a beautiful term? Think of that, the golden age. This will be the golden age of America. Think of that, how beautiful that sounds, and it's true. Remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet.
Please stop using the term liquid gold when one of the biggest rumors about you is that there's a P tape circulating around.
Than Saudi Arabia, than Russia, than anybody.
God damn, dude.
And I told a great guy, RFK Jr., Bobby, I said, Bobby.
Oh, God.
You work on women's health. You work.
Yes, Laura Loomer did in fact eat dog food on air. We watched it happen.
Work on health.
Hey, trans
you
girl
work
Jade.
On what we eat.
How am I still awake? This thing and spite.
You work on pesticides. You work on everything. The one thing you have to let me do, Bobby, I gotta work the liquid gold.
This is the rally where people started walking out after 15 minutes, right? You'll have to be more specific. That happens in every single one of his rallies lately.
You're not gonna touch that. We don't want too much advice. We don't want too much advice, Marco, on the liquid gold. We're gonna pay off our debt. We're gonna do things that you wouldn't believe, and we're gonna give you, I gave you the biggest tax.
That's right, we're gonna be showered in liquid gold to pay off our debt. You know, as a former sex worker, briefly, I also know a few people who did that.
Cut in the history of our country. You'll get still more. We're going to make our country so competitive.
He means oil, KO. He means oil. He's not literally talking about, he's not talking about urine. He's talking about oil, but it does sound an awful lot like he's talking about urine.
On Tuesday, you have to stand up and tell Kamala or Harris.
Ah, good. Good old-fashioned racism.
Harris, nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. I said, Harris was out tonight. Who's Harris, sir? Nobody knows who she is. But on Tuesday, you have to stand up and tell Harris that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're the worst vice president in the history of our country. It's the worst.
Wait, I thought that was Mike Pence. You literally tried to get a mob to hang him.
Administration in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a big place. This place is.
Wait a minute. Ask a black Australian what a coconut is. Black folk here in Australia kind of did a sideways on the Kamala coconut thing. Wait, why? I don't know anything about, like, Australian culture outside of shimp.
It's packed, and you have more people outside.
And everything's upside down.
Would anybody like to give up their ticket to somebody outside? No? Would anybody like to hand over their gun to Kamala? Is there anybody, one person in this giant, tens of thousands of people, one person would like to hand out their gun?
A coconut is brown on the outside, but white in the middle. Oh, is it like a? Is it used in like a pejorative way? Like it's
You'd be famous for the rest of your life. That's what she wants. She wants to confiscate your guns, you know that. With your vote, we are going to win Georgia. We are going to defeat Kamala. And we are going to make America great again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, there's I feel like there's probably similar terminology in the United States. I can't think of it off the top of my head. It's not something I think about frequently, but I'm sure it exists.
Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon its people. What she has done is
racism is dumb as fuck everywhere. True.
So bad. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants. I mean, we have migrants pouring in here by the tens.
Man, Kamala Harris had the ability to abolish the border. Based. Socialist Comrade Harris.
Of thousands that are criminals from jails, from mental institutions, terrorists. They come from mental institutions.
How do you know that? I said, how do you know that?
And they come from insane asylums, and they come from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. Lots of people coming from the jails of the Congo, stealing countless.
What? They're sending people from the jails of the Congo? How? How does no one ever ask him what the fuck he's talking about?
American lives, and they do nothing about it. These are open borders.
Yeah, I think the Congo has like more to deal with right now than I don't think their budget allows them to just fly airplanes of inmates to the United States. I don't think that's, well, I guess they would, the allegation here would be that Congo flies inmates to like Mexico and then releases them to try and cross the border into America. This is like insane nonsense. Like this is like, okay, grandpa, let's get you back in bed type territory. You know, like we're really in completely delusional territory. Also, Datura, dude, thank you for the $10 dono. I very, very much appreciate it. I'm not ready to be forced back into the closet. Well, I don't think you'll have to. So please don't worry too much. I think Kamala Harris is going to win. Again, my very conservative estimate is by over, she's going to get over 300 electoral votes. But it is still scary to see him kicking along.
They come in totally unchecked and unvetted. Just days ago, right here in your state, an incredible 25-year-old mom, beautiful mom, named Mimi Rodriguez Ramirez, was kidnapped from a Walmart parking lot that was safe. She was horribly abused and murdered, violently murdered. A week later, her body was dumped on a road. It was found by the police in condition that they said they've never seen anything like that before. The animal who murdered Mimi was an illegal alien who came to Georgia to maim and kill people. It made no difference who they were. Mimi leaves behind a 9-year-old daughter and her absolutely wonderful mother, Carmen. Yesterday, my friend, a very wonderful man and a very patriotic and philanthropic man, he had the fortune to make a lot of money, and he gives a lot of his money away. He's just very amazing. In fact, he made contributions to Georgia with your hurricane problems, and he made tremendous contributions to North Carolina, Alabama.
Man, he sounds like he's falling asleep, man.
Think of all these states: Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida. What a horrible thing that was. But my friend's name is
What
Steve
a horrible
Whitcoff, and he
thing
reached
that
out
was.
to Carmen when he heard about it. And I'd like to ask Steve, he doesn't know I'm going to do this, and he may not want to speak in front of 40,000 people because I don't know if he's ever done it before. But Steve is just this incredible guy, and if it's okay with you, Steve, I'd love to have you come up and say some wonderful things about Mimi and Carmen and that incredible family that's been decimated. Steve Whitcoff.
Steve who? Steve Whitco?
Hello, everyone. The president is a lifelong friend of mine, and he is one of the best men I have ever known.
Rad Undercliff, fighting the forces of fascism and protecting the American way.
Man, I want to learn more about the exploits of Rad Undercliff, Antifa super soldier. I think he's the person we should be paying attention to right now, not this guy.
There was one person who supported me unconditionally. That was President Trump and his wife Melania.
Steve, you all know Steve from Minecraft. This is that Steve.
Leads me to others who have been in distress. Several days ago, that happened again. As a member of this audience, Josh McCoon, who you heard earlier, who's a great guy, told me about a Georgia woman, Mimi, who had been murdered. I told the president the circumstances, and he was shaken. He asked me what we could do about it and told me to reach out to the family and do whatever we could. I flew to their home tonight to pick them up and bring them here, and they are here tonight.
It's always so weird how Donald Trump just kind of looms over the shoulder of like whoever's talking.
Distraught and sad, but I believe uplifted, and they are Trumpers and have voted for him in this election, all of them.
Man, I love how he's trying to tell this really heartfelt story, but right behind him is garbage for Trump. You know, like, you guys are really not doing yourselves any favors here, folks.
Because they remain hopeful, as they told me earlier, that even after this terrible tragedy, this president, when he becomes president on Tuesday, can bring us out from the abyss. Let me tell you briefly about Mimi's family. They are hardworking, from Puerto Rico, living in Georgia, making a home for themselves. They never imagined.
Yeah, they're really trying to heal the damage done by that comedy set, but I don't think they're gonna be able to do it. I think the mask is off. Can't put it back on.
Imagine their beautiful daughter would be killed by someone who did not belong in this country. On your behalf, Mr. President, we have raised their family money and we have given it to them tonight. And we will watch after them in the future. I can promise you that at your direction. Carmen, please come up to meet the next president of the United States.
Ms. Genderlin, I'm sorry we watched too many spooky movies the other day. Hopefully you're feeling better today.
My name is Carmen Ramirez. I'm the mother of Minelli Zoe Rodriguez Ramirez. She was murdered the last Tuesday. I lose my daughter, but I don't lose my faith. And
I know that everyone grieves differently, but I think that if I had a daughter and she was murdered less than a week ago, I don't think I would go to a Trump rally to talk about my grief with everyone. That would be like a task completely alien to my ability.
And I know Donald Trump is the best choice for the USA. And not the best choice. He's the only one we need to save our country. I just want to let you know that everybody have to go and vote. Because just for talking and don't vote, we don't do nothing. Take your friends, take your children, 18 years old. Everybody have to vote.
Critical support for that lady's single sentence right there. Critical support. She's correct. Everyone you know, get them to vote.
Because that's the only way we're gonna save us country. Okay? And I want to let you know that Donald Trump is not a choice. It's just the number one.
What? Also, Jedi Master Abby, I did indeed. Good morning.
And Jesus let me come over here today to let you know that I have a 25 years daughter with a lot of life. And somebody stop her life. And we have to stop with this and keep going with Donald Trump. I meet Donald Trump in person. He's the most wonderful person that I see.
What?
That I know right now. He help us. He be with us.
He's the most wonderful person you know right now? What about your 3 family members there?
All the time once this happen. And he always be there for my family. That's why we always gotta be for him all the time.
I don't think that Donald Trump gave her money. That would require him giving her money.
Thank you for everything. Thank you, and don't forget to go and vote. God bless America. Please make America great again.
Oh, they raised money for the family? There you go.
Wow, what a job. What beautiful words. Can you imagine? I don't think it's her first language, and she spoke better than any person whose language is that particular language. That was incredible. Wow.
Oh boy.
And I can tell you, Carmen, that Mimi is looking down on you right now, and she is so proud. She's up there in the beautiful sky, well beyond the clouds, and she is so proud of you. What a job you did. Well,
This might be one of the worst things I've ever seen Donald Trump do. putting words into the mouth of the dead daughter of a family who, like, and that daughter was murdered less than a week ago? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is like, I cannot describe kind of the roiling disgust I have in my core when I see him do this.
It's not easy either. Can you imagine through the grief to do something like that? And we are so sorry for your loss. It's unbelievable. We're going to get that stopped. We're going to stop it. This is happening every day. Soon it'll be every hour. It's just, we're going to stop it. We hold Mimi in our hearts forever. And we'll be your friend, Carmen. We'll be your friend and your family's friend. Thank you. Thank you very much. These terrible atrocities against our citizens are happening every single day in cities and towns all across America. I want you to hear directly from another mom, great mom also, wonderful woman who I met just a week ago. Border Patrol gave me this incredible endorsement. They said he's the greatest president in the history of our country. I said, does that include Lincoln, Washington? And yes, sir. But then I told the story, but then one of the guys got up and he's 37 years old. He said, he's the greatest president in my lifetime. I didn't like that. He's 37 years. I like the other one much better. Greatest ever. No, the Border Patrol is great. They're incredible people, and they gave us a full-throated endorsement. And they have every year, frankly. They always endorse me, and they're incredible patriots. Them and ICE and law enforcement and our sheriffs. Our sheriffs are great. Police all over the country. They are really respected by everybody, but they don't understand because they don't get treated properly, and we're going to treat them properly, and they're going to solve our crime problem very easily. It's what they want to do. They're dying, you know what? They're dying to do it. They watch these stores being robbed, guys walking out with refrigerators, 500 thugs going into a department store,
What are you talking about, man?
cleaning it out. Some of them with refrigerators on their back. And they want to do something, but they're told to stand down. Don't even think about it. You'll lose your pension. You'll lose your house. You'll lose all your money. You'll lose your family. And we're going to free them up to stop the crime in our cities and stop the crime in our country.
I mean, guys, this is like his final pitch, you know? Like, this is what he's got. This is the juice he has left. Compare it to Kamala Harris's tight, like, 20-minute closing argument speech where she, like, listed what she was going to do for everyone, like, what policies she supported. All he has offered so far in roughly the same amount of time is be afraid of, like, brown people coming into the country. Like, that's it. That's it. Be afraid. Be afraid. Be afraid. This is his last rally. No, it's not his last rally. There's probably going to be one or two more today. But this is close enough to be his final closing arguments. This is what he has to offer people as like his final day before the election.
And
that's all he's got.
I have to say, you know, somebody said, well, how would you do this? Because obviously we have to deport these murderers and drug dealers and terrorists. We have terrorists coming into our country at levels we've never seen before. You know, in 19, if you look at the numbers issued by the Border Patrol, in 2019, a Trump year, and I don't even agree with these numbers. They said I had 0 terrorists. Oh, by the way, bring down that board, please. Just my favorite board in the whole world. My favorite board in the whole world.
What?
I assume it's up there. Is it up there, Mike? Yeah. So I love that.
Oh my God, it's like he just brought on a celebrity guest.
Chart. I love that graph. I sleep with it every night. I hold it tight. But it saved me, because if I didn't make that sharp turn to the right to look at it, I would not be with you tonight.
Incredible way to try and like shoehorn your assassination into every single Trump rally. But also, like, yeah, could you think of anything that happened in, 2019 to 2020 and into 2021 that may have contributed to a precipitous drop in immigration, both documented and undocumented? Because I can think of a once-in-a-lifetime global pandemic that might have something to do with it.
Right. So if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that was my last day.
True, young black economist. True.
And after I left, all they had to do is leave it the way it was, remain in Mexico. You think it was easy to get Mexico to say, oh, sure. They said no. They laughed at me when I first proposed it. And within about 10 minutes, they were saying, we would love to do it, sir. I said, I'm going to put tariffs on every car and everything you send into the United States if you don't do it.
You know he's lying about this, right? you know he's like, America's economy would collapse if we put tariffs on everything that Mexico sends to the US. My God. Think we're gonna have to dip? I mean, it makes sense. It's fair. See you, Salmon Moose.
And they not only that, they gave us thousands.
Yeah, Trump would do that. Just go to a rally and tell a lie.
I wanted it free, and tremendous crime is coming through. But that was in 2019. They said we allowed 0 terrorists. It had terrorists 0, and it was good. But I think it has to be a little bit. But the following year, it was 16 or 19 terrorists. Now it's thousands.
Elf Zeppo, no, I don't think Mexico makes the most of the microchips these days. Taiwan makes most of the microchips.
Thousands of terrorists are coming from the Middle East and all over the world. Some of the worst in the world. We know the names. We have no idea where they are. But our local law enforcement does, People say, well, how are you going to ever find? Our local sheriffs and law enforcement people are incredible, and they're dying to do the job. And they know their middle names. They know their addresses, where they come from. They know everything, and they're going to help us. And we're going to have the largest deportation of criminals in history. But I want you to hear directly from another incredible mother whose world has been shattered just recently also because Kamala let savage, illegal alien murders into our country through the open border. She has an open border, unvetted, unchecked, an open border. Please.
Okay. I think we have actually seen exactly what Trump has here. I think we've seen enough. This is just going to be the major thing. All he's going to talk about in this entire speech is evil, criminal brown people are coming into the United States. And they're coming for your children. That's it. That's ultimately all that's going to be, all that this is going to be. It's going to be story after story about, undocumented immigrants doing a crime. And, you can share as many of those stories as you want, but, the data does not demonstrate that undocumented immigrants are a huge threat to America. They are less prone to crime than, people born in the United States, native-born people in the U.S. So, like, it is just lies. It is racist, xenophobic lies. And that's all he has. There are literally no policies he has that would benefit any person in America economically, except for the ultra wealthy of America. Okay? The same way his trillion-dollar tax cut permanently benefited the wealthiest people in the country and only temporarily benefited like the middle and working class to a much less degree. And all of those provisions sunset this year. So, like, it is just lie upon lie upon lie.
In an alternate dimension, Rad Undercliffe fights dictator Trump and the evil forces of fascism.
Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the $5 dono. I do not think the immigration status of the man that is suspected in the murder is known. They are just going on the rumor that he's not here legally. And that's the thing. It doesn't even matter if they're right or if they're wrong. They would say it either way, because ultimately, like, the thing that matters to them is that he's brown, that he's not white, you know? That's what matters to them at the end of the day. Because they're racists, you know? Don't people start walking out at the end? I mean, I'm pretty sure at the 20-minute mark, people start walking out. But, like, I don't know. This is another hour. There's another hour of this. But I don't think we need to watch it. Because I think it's just going to be the same thing over and over and over again. It's all he has. The fundamental, like, message he has for the American people. Yeah, there's an hour and 6 minutes left of this. And if we watch all of it, it's just gonna be this. It's just gonna be this. Over and over and over again. Scary immigrant does crime. That's it. We will be Sisyphus. We don't have to be. We can just be like, no, we're good. That boulder going to the bottom of the hill. We're going to take a lunch break. So ultimately, what we have here is Donald Trump's final proposition to the American people. He will not improve your life in any way. He will only do insane, horrible, bigoted plans to discriminate against minorities, and that's it. He'll spin it as that helping you in some way, but it won't. You will get no tangible benefit from any of that, and your life will continue to be hollow and miserable as this cult leader continues to essentially strip all wealth and liberty from you until there's nothing left. That's what you have. That's the prospect. On the one hand, you have Kamala Harris, someone who is better than Biden in basically every single category. Does that mean she's good enough? No, but she's bringing some improvement to the country on some level. Or Donald Trump, somebody who will implement a Holocaust-like system to put, undocumented folks into camps, and honestly, probably also documented Latinos into camps. And, where it goes from there, I think history has shown. And that's really the only thing he's bringing to the table. 20 million people in concentration camps. That's what he's bringing. So I guess you have to weigh that in the election booth. You can't sit this election out. It's too important. Gotta weigh that. Go vote. And please, for the love of God, let it be Kamala Harris, because otherwise, the United States falls to fascism, and we do exactly what fascists always do, which is destroy the country until everything's on fire and a lot of people are dead. So, please go vote. There we go. We did it. We did it. We did it. When are you going to take a vacation? You deserve it. You work so hard. Well, I can tell you that currently, let me put it this way. If Kamala Harris wins the election, the day after, I may stream, but I'm going to take the day off. If I stream, it's going to be doing video games. I'm going to play a video game. And also, I'm probably going to be eating edibles. Full disclosure, that's probably day after election if Kamala Harris wins. If Donald Trump wins, and I don't think that's likely, but it's going to be a very different kind of day. Does Crystal Knocked ring a bell? Yeah, Advice Mom. I mean, he was bragging about needing one violent day. He's basically describing Crystal Knocked. You deserve a full day off and a chill stream month. I would love that. And I'm happy to continue talking about politics, but like it has to be like, you know, stuff you bring me rather than me prepping anything. Folks, it has been a 6-hour plus stream. If you have enjoyed the stream, please consider hitting the follow button.
Undercliff, the official Riverboat Jack superhero.
Superhero, the hero dinner deserves. Thank you for the $5 dono. Folks, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. And folks, please consider dropping those subs and donos because this show is only possible thanks to support from viewers like you. I could not do it if you guys didn't drop those subs, donos, super chats, memberships, etc. because I don't make money off of the ads enough to live. So you guys and your generosity are what allow me to stream, make content, and put together this amazingly wonderful community. So thank you all so much. If Trump wins, you have to chug 4 of those Baja Blast Mountain Dews on stream. If Trump wins, I'm going to drink an entire bottle of whiskey and hopefully not die. Huh. Fun fact, first true virgin. Whew. Sassy. I am absolutely befuddled by YouTube terms of service. Like, my Umberto Eco video. Right?
All my own cheddar bites.
Thank you for the $5 dono. My Umberto Eco video apparently was eligible for a second review by a human. And I was like, okay, it got ad limited because you said in the first 8 seconds there's hard profanity. Like fuck. in the first 7 seconds of the video. And I was like, I watched the first 7 seconds of the video. I don't say the word fuck. And also the word fuck isn't on screen. So what on earth is it? And on second review, they're saying it's a hard profanity in the first 7 seconds. And I'm like, wait, where is this hard profanity? Let me know what the fuck you're talking about. That was hard profanity. I heard it. I said it just now. But like, god damn. Making online content and trying to monetize it is a goddamn nightmare. Sorry, I just got the email right as I was ending stream. Fuck. It's amazingly stressful, it seems like. It really is. I'm gonna reply to this email. Okay, wait, at 6 seconds. Okay, so they actually list it. What is the here, you know what? I think that we okay, we're gonna Jackception, okay? I think that we need to actually go to one of the original go-to definitions of fascism. Is it the word fascism? Is it on screen? No. Okay. It says it's at 6 seconds. The original go-to definitions of fascism. Is it because they used an automated detector and it detected F? Is fascism profanity? Is that considered strong profanity? I'm actually writing them a response email to like figure this out. God damn. There we go. Nailed it. What a bizarre thing. Am I missing a word here? I think that we need to actually go to one of the original go-to definitions of fascism. One of the original go-to it's not good prose coming out of my mouth, but like it is that fascism is the only word there. It's because they thought I was gonna say fuck. Fascism. I don't think it parallels. Said go to too many times in close succession, must be it. It's true. As somebody with an English degree, I must now commit seppuku. The profanity is in a word in chat, is it? Like, there's Nazi Germany. Oh, someone on screen said fuckung. They misspelled fucking. Maybe that's it. Maybe this is one of those scenarios where I need to like blur chat. If I just blurred the chat. I would like them to tell me if that's what it is. Did someone write something? It's in, yeah, okay. That would make sense. Is it birthing person? Toward the bottom? Okay. I think we need to go back to one of the original definitions of fascism. No, the fucking is right there. But otherwise it's not, yeah. Maybe my Sailor Moon sweatshirt was too saucy. That's fucking stupid. True. True. Oh, well. One day, this will be... We're like the whole reason we're here. They said it was at 6 seconds, but didn't say what kind of violation it was. No, they said the violation was for stronger profanity like fuck used in the first 7 seconds, and then it gives the citation of at 6 seconds. But I think that the only thing I say at 6 seconds is fascism, and the only swear word on screen is a misspelling of fucking. So I don't... Yeah. I don't know, Ms. Milena, if you can, maybe for like the first couple seconds of every segment, blur out chat, I guess, if you can. Was it YouTube or Twitch? It's YouTube. It's always YouTube. Twitch doesn't give a fuck. Unless, you know, you're a trans person, and that's political now. Thanks, Twitch, you fuckers. It's dumb, but it'll help. It is dumb, and it will help. I know a lot of YouTubers do it. But it's so dumb. It's also not something I can do myself, sadly. YouTube is so whiny over people in chat on a live stream. It's true. Your chat isn't even that spicy. It's true. Ay. Hey, it's dawn. It's true. It's 7:30 in the morning for me. Anyway, folks, subs, donos, follow, subscribe, like the stream, do the things. Good night, everybody.
On a riverboat casino where the whiskey's running dry, I met a woman named Jack with a fire in her eye. She had cards in her hand and a look of pure control. They said she's got the devil's look, taking hearts and souls. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. Now Riverboat Jack, she's a legend on the rise. With every hand she dealt, another fool met their demise. She smiled that wicked smile, and you'd think she was your friend. But once the chips were down, your luck would meet its end. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. They say she's got no mercy, she don't play by the rules, but still you'll chase her shadow like all the other fools. Her heart is cold as steel, but she's got you in her grip. The queen of hearts, the ace of spades, she's sinking every ship. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack.